3 or 4. Hey Shona. Okay. I have to copy and paste it at some point, I guess. So I'm gonna take it slow today. We're doing things a little bit differently. The tarot readings are only going to start much later in the stream. We're not doing our normal 2-hour stream. I'm going to do, it's a wide variety stream. So basically I'm going to start off with some healing. We're going to do some energy healing. We're going to start out with a little meditation, trauma releasing meditation. After that I'm going to do some remote Reiki. So basically here I've created this fetish, which is a symbol of you, the viewer, if you want it to be. To connect yourself to the fetish, then you just speak the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota. You say it out loud and then you'll be connected. So then I'll do the Reiki on this stone, on this fetish, as if it was you. And then once the healing ceremony is done, then I'm going to pick some people to do some black water scrying for, just to like demonstrate the value that's there. Because to be honest, tarot readings, it's an underutilization of my skill. Divination is something that we learn how to do using tarot and runes. They're like a small box, and at some point your skills are bigger than that box. So yeah, people are not really interested in any other form of divination besides tarot, so I still do the tarot for that reason. Because it's a good search, it's a good key term, but I want to demonstrate what's actually possible outside of that box of tarot. And then I'll open the queue for tarot readings, and when that queue opens, the countdown will begin. So I'll do the tarot for like 2 hours as usual, and then after that, once the queue closes, I'm going to give away 2 spells. I'm going to offer 2 lucky viewers a free spell each. So basically when it comes to the healing, I do offer these as private services. The healing and the spells and the black water scrying and the tarot, all of it and more. But basically with the healing there are 3 parts. There is I guess you could call it a spiritual surgery, where I identify the infection that is the root cause of whatever the spiritual infection that is the root cause of whatever your symptoms are, whatever you're struggling from, and extract that infection. Then there is the trauma release meditation, which is kind of like it's like kind of like adding disinfectant to wounds, so that you can prevent infections from returning, and it helps a person cope better with triggers. You know, once you're aware of where your triggers are rooted, it's much easier to cope with them and take responsibility for them. So that's part of that. And the last stage of the healing is the Reiki. So then I do like I summon an energy current, healing current, and apply that healing current to the affected areas in order to alleviate symptoms. And yeah, we're doing that remotely, so I'll be doing the Reiki on this fetish. There is a symbol carved on there, a little shape of a man. And to connect yourself to that, there's an enchantment that corresponds with that image, and that enchantment is Bara Viko Net M Jota. So if you speak that out loud, you can connect yourself to the fetish, and so any healing energies that I direct into the fetish, you can receive them as well. It's pretty neat. It allows me to work with multiple people at once. And then basically scrying is it's a form of divination. When you enter into a meditative state and you stare into a reflective surface, you can begin to see visions in that reflective surface. Now, in a meditative state, you can receive visions just of their own accord, and that has happened. I have experienced that on different occasions. However, it can take quite a long time for me to see visions that just come. So looking into the reflective surface allows me to tap into that vision state much quicker, and then I interpret those visions as if it was like a dream. So dream interpretation, you interpret the symbols of the things you see in the dream. Similarly, I interpret the symbols that I'm seeing in the visions that appear in the surface of the water, and that, yeah, it's when you read a tarot spread, you interpret the symbols in the cards. Now, these symbols that appear are a lot more attuned to the person in question. It's not relying on the shuffling of a deck. It's not relying on pre-existing symbols. The symbols can show themselves according to whatever the person needs to hear. It's a lot more fine-tuned in that sense. After that, we do the tarot. You guys know about the tarot. It's a science of symbols. Not really much else to say about that, but basically my unconscious mind knows where every card is in the spread, so there's nothing truly random about the shuffle. It might seem random to our conscious minds, but the unconscious does know where every card is, so the spread is never random. And then the narrative that is interpreted from the spreads is based on what symbols stand out to me as a diviner first. What do I see in the cards first? And then I connect it in that order. So that's how tarot divination works. After that, we're going to do some spell casting. So the kind of spell that I'm going to be casting is an executable servitor. I do offer, like on Monday, I did a stream exclusively for servitors. And basically what I do with that is we identify all the different aspects of your desire. We first visualize the outcome. We consider a key, a means on how you can get from point A to point B, from where you currently are to where you desire to be. And we also take note of whatever kind of challenges or resistances we might face along the way, and we consider what kind of solutions we could come up with to overcome those possible challenges. More than that, I also bring in an astrological principle, more specifically a planetary frequency. Depending on what it is you're trying to manifest, the different planets rule over different spheres and different domains. So like Jupiter is a good one for wealth and abundance and security, and Saturn is one for creating order and structure. Venus, great for relationships, sensuality and love. Mercury, good for communications, banishing slander. You get the picture. So all of these things it's a bit much to focus all of your energy on. You power spells with emotional energy. Emotions power spells like electricity powers a computer or a light bulb. So what you want to do is you want to take all of that vision and you want to give it energy, but it's quite dispersed if you're trying to give it to all of these different things that you're considering at once. So we gather all of that energy, we bring it down into a single point for focus, and then we pour all of that emotional energy and focus into that single point. A nice example of it is if you have a tray of eggs and you put a board on top of the eggs and you stand on the board, none of the eggs will break. The energy, the weight is dispersed evenly so they can hold it. However, try and step on those eggs without that board and you'll just crack straight through it. So that's about the area of focus. The point of focus of your weight is smaller when it comes to stepping on it without the board. With the board, then the weight is dispersed evenly. So it's kind of like that. When your vision, your means, your resistances, and your present state of being it's too dispersed. The energy gets dispersed evenly across all of it. When we bring it down to a single point of focus, it's much easier to punch a hole through reality. Like if you take a hammer and you hit it against the wall, it doesn't go through the wall. But if you put a nail there first and you hit the nail, then it goes through the wall, because the point of focus for all that energy is much smaller. Shilpa says #Oracle. Welcome, Shilpa. So yeah, as I was describing, we're doing a whole lot of different things in the stream today. We're going to start with some healing. So anyone who's watching, if you guys have any issues, any physical symptoms, any spiritual symptoms, psychological symptoms, just let me know. Talk about your symptoms, give me some details, and let me know you want to join for some healing, and then you can speak the enchantment, which is Bara Viko Net M Jota, and that will connect you to this fetish here. So I'll be doing Reiki on this fetish. There is a symbol on here, and that symbol corresponds with the enchantment I just spoke, which is Bara Viko Net M Jota. So if you speak that out loud, you connect yourself to the symbol, and I will do the energy work on the symbol. So if you've connected yourself, then you receive that energy as well. So Shona, to join, to connect yourself with the fetish, speak the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota. You can speak it out loud. It doesn't matter if you type it or not, but it's important that you speak it out loud. Shilpa, same thing. Go ahead and speak the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota. And I'm just going to chat for a little bit and see if other people join the stream who would like to also join for the healing before I start with the meditation. It's a guided meditation. So you'll just sit and you'll listen and you'll follow the prompts as I go through the meditation. And can I type it because you don't know how to pronounce it? I'm going to say it out loud again. Bara Viko Net M Jota. It doesn't matter if it doesn't sound exactly the same. Typing it isn't really going to help with the pronunciation. I did type it, but it doesn't go through for Facebook. Welcome Perakura on Facebook, and welcome Calming Vibes. Welcome back, nice to have you. And Perakura, it's nice to have you here as well. Always good to see new names and new faces in the stream. But anyway, I'm going to type the enchantment into the Facebook thread as well. So here it comes. Bara Viko Net M Jota. So it's on screen right now. It's on Facebook, and it is on YouTube and Twitch as well in the chat section. And then I wanted to say, guys, I am live on 2 new channels. So typically I've been on Twitch, Facebook, Twitter and YouTube. Now I've included LinkedIn. I got approved for live streaming privileges on LinkedIn, and I've also set it up to the stream to go through to Discord as well. What is the meaning of this word? It is not a word, it is a spell, it is an enchantment. And the enchantment corresponds with the image that is carved onto this fetish, onto this stone. A fetish is an enchanted item. So this is an enchanted stone. It's a symbolic representation of you if you speak that enchantment. If you speak that enchantment, then this becomes a symbolic representation of you. So any of the healing energies that I apply to this fetish, you will receive as well. It doesn't really have a singular meaning. It's not a word, it's a spell, it's an enchantment. Parakura, everything that I'm offering here today is free. I'm going to be doing healing. After the healing is done, we're going to be doing I'm going to pick some people to demonstrate Blackwater scrying for, because it's quite it's a lot more of a powerful means of divination than tarot. Tarot is something we do to learn divination, something we develop. It's like a box, and intuition, it can develop inside that box, but at some point it's bigger than the box, so to keep it inside of that box is quite limiting. So I want to demonstrate Blackwater scrying and what kind of value there is in that. Very few people are aware of what scrying is in comparison to tarot and runes, but if you've ever seen someone use a crystal ball for scrying to tell the future, or to tell someone's life, or to view them, or to deconstruct their psychic residue, it's kind of like that, except I don't own a crystal ball, sadly. I'd love to. So I use this bowl of black water instead. It works just as well. And then after the Blackwater scrying, I will open the queue, and the timer will start for 2 hours of free tarot, and that's 3 card spreads. And after the tarot, I will be giving away 2 free spells. I'll offer certain viewers will get a free spell. Does anyone have any other questions so far? Thank you for joining Calming Vibes. To connect yourself with the healing energies, you just speak that enchantment. I'll say it again, Bara Viko Net Mjota. It is written there in the chat, in the YouTube chat, and it is written there on the Twitch chat as well, and on the Facebook comments thread. It's probably also here on the screen right now. But basically, you just want to speak that out loud. You don't even have to tell me that you're speaking it out loud, just speak it out loud. So not only did I expand the stream to go live onto 2 new platforms, which I feel like is great, it's a huge breakthrough, nice big expansion for this content that I provide and my business as a mystic and occult service provider, a healer, spellcaster, and diviner. Not only has that happened, but I also, Millie at Tarot by Scorpio on Twitter has created a price list for me. And there's a fly on my camera, sitting on the lens. Millie has created a price list for me, a nice cover photo and a price list, which I have posted across all my platforms. Thank you so much for the share, Calming Vibes. Thank you for sharing me out, and thank you for spreading the value that I offer by word of mouth. Very much appreciated. So Parakura, you can join the queue for readings once the queue is open. For now, the queue is still closed. You will know that the queue is open because another little element will appear on the screen above this like and share and subscribe thing. Above that will be a little statement that says free readings end, and then there'll be a countdown clock. So you'll know the queue is open when you see that. Since I am live on Discord for the first time, I guess I should like tag everyone in the server. You know, I should like tag them all to let them know that we've gone live. Thank you for your recognition. Parakura says I appear very chill. Good morning, Sharita. Thank you for joining again. Today we're doing a whole variety of things. Today, my login or password is invalid. Email or phone number is invalid. Anyway, today we're starting out with some healing. We're going to do some energy healing. We're going to go through a little guided meditation, and then I'm going to summon some healing cards and send it to whomever is connecting for that part to receive the healing energy. So this fetish over here, it has a symbol on it, and this is a symbol of you as the viewer. Now, it's not automatically a symbol of you just because you're watching. You have to speak the enchantment that corresponds with this enchanted fetish, which is Bara Viko Net M Jota. That'll connect you to the fetish, and then any healing energy that I apply to the fetish, you will receive it as well, and that is how that'll work. It allows me to work with multiple people at once, and then once the healing is finished, then I'm going to give away some black water scrying, and that's a demonstration to demonstrate how other forms of divination are actually, or can be, have the potential to be more potent than tarot. In my case anyway, it is more potent and more uniquely fine-tuned to the viewer or the requester when I do scrying, which, if you've ever seen like people using a crystal ball, it's kind of like that, except I don't have a crystal ball, so I use this bowl of black water instead, and it works just as well. After that, I'll open the queue for tarot, and when the tarot is done, I'm going to give away some free spells, just two. I'm going to pick some random viewers at that point. Now, what could I have changed my password to? Because I've got like a series of alphanumeric keys memorized, and it's got to be one of them. Maybe I have caps lock enabled. Now caps lock is enabled. Wrong. 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 I don't know. Welcome, role models. So we're starting out with healing, and after that we're going to do some scrying as a demonstration. After the scrying, I will open the queue for tarot. When the tarot is finished, then we will be doing spells. I'll be giving away 2 free spells. Trying to log into my Discord and it's just not happening. So weird. So weird. Anyway, I have several people who have joined the queue. Miss Sharita says, I'll be right back. I'll chime back in when I'm done. I'm at the DRS. Let's see. So Shauna has joined us for healing. Shilpa has joined us for healing. Calming Vibes has joined us for healing. Cool. Parakura Taka says, what country am I in? I'm in the Republic of South Africa, on the southernmost coast of Africa. That's where I am. Welcome, Emma. Nice to have you back. Thank you for joining us. Today we're doing a whole variety of things today. We're starting out with healing, moving on to divination, starting with black water scrying, and then opening the queue for tarot, and after that I'm going to give away 2 spells as well. So yeah, if you'd like to join for healing, just like mention whatever it is that you're struggling with, and then to join for the healing energies you will speak the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota, and that will connect you to this fetish. So this will be this is a symbol of the viewer, not automatically though. In order to connect yourself with this fetish, you speak the enchantment. And once you've spoken the enchantment, then any healing energy that I direct to this fetish, there's a symbol on it, any healing energy that I direct into this fetish, you will receive it as well. And yeah. Parikura Taka says, me, I'm in New Zealand. Well, thank you for joining us all the way from New Zealand. Our viewers in this stream are from all around the globe. Calming vibe wants healing for body, mind, and soul. Beautiful. Beautiful. If we're gonna go healing, we might as well go all the way, you know? Go big or go home, as they say. If I counted correctly, there were 3 people. There was Calming Vibes, there was... I forget the names. Shauna and Shilpa. So that's 3 of you guys who have joined for healing. And I think I'm just about ready to start. Calming Vibe says, I'm from the United Kingdom. And I know that Emma is in the USA. And I suspect that Sharita is also in the USA. Ooh. Emma was in hospital and surgery after a vicious ransom attack. I would love healing for the trauma. Okay. Shauna says, I need healing from overthinking, triggers from past events, and letting go of self-doubt. These are beautiful requests, guys. Oh, so Emma is in Australia. Very interesting. I don't know why I thought you were in the USA. No idea why I thought that. But I'm very sorry to hear about that. A vicious random attack. Yikes. The world is going completely insane as of late, it would seem. But anyway, for those of you guys who have joined, which is now 4, including Emma, we're going to start with a meditation. It's a guided meditation, and the point of this is to become aware of wounds in the energy centers. So that is what traumas are. They are wounds in the energy centers, and those wounds become infected with energetic infections, and those things look like fear and doubt and shame and false pride, guilt, aggression, frustration, resentments, hatred. Depending on which energy sphere is wounded, the infection that it's vulnerable to is different. So the heart is vulnerable to hatred. The radiant solar plexus is vulnerable to pride and guilt. The sacral sphere or creative sphere is susceptible to shame and doubt. And the root, the fundamental sphere, is susceptible to fear and mistrust. The expressive sphere or voice is susceptible to self-believed lies and deception. The eye, third eye, or observant sphere is susceptible to delusion, self-delusion, external delusion. And when all of these things work together, we begin to self-pity. So when you have frustrations, when you're infected, when there's an infection of frustration and pride and doubt and fear and shame and self-believed lies, justifications and delusions, when you live in that state of infection perpetually, then you self-pity, and that is the final symptom, self-pity. And it, self-pity shuts you off from the divine. It shuts you off from your ideal self and from the divine. We say, oh, woe is me, why did this have to happen to me, why do I have to be the one who's betrayed? That's what leads to hatred. Why have I been the one who has been suppressed? That's what leads to pride. Why am I the one who has been shamed? That's what leads to self-doubt, etc. Why am I the one that everyone is that I cannot trust anybody. That's what leads to fear. And when we self-pity like that, we remove the possibility of all of those things being overcome by our ideal aspect, which is productive. Productivity will eliminate insecurity. Creativity will eliminate shame. Humility will eliminate pride. And love and compassion will eliminate hatred and frustration. Honesty and tact will eliminate deception. Clarity, observation, and discernment will eliminate delusion. So if you allow those things to be replaced with what they're supposed to be, then you allow the divine to come in. But if you self-pity, you shut that out. You keep yourself stuck in the infection. You keep yourself stuck in the suffering. So what we want to do here is to go through these energy spheres one at a time and identify the wounds, the traumatic experiences that wounded those energy spheres, and try to acknowledge the infection that is set in there. This helps us deal with triggers. It helps flush the trauma. It's not a complete solution. In some of my other healing streams, I have done an energetic surgery where I extract the infection deliberately and contain it. But today I don't have a container prepared. It's another enchanted fetish designed to capture infectious frequencies such as fear and shame and guilt and doubt and all of those things that we previously mentioned. To capture them, to extract them from you and capture them. That passes the trauma out. And then you do the meditation in order to apply like an antiseptic to prevent infection from setting in and to help you deal with triggers as you go forward and work day to day to heal yourself. Much like your physical body, your energetic and emotional body will heal itself naturally. The only way that healing is prevented is through infection. Very much like your physical body, if you get a cut, it heals of its own accord unless it's infected. Then it stops healing and starts to progressively get worse. The same works with the energetic body and the emotional body. So what we're going to do now with this meditation is apply antiseptic, apply antibacterial salve to our wounds so that we can slow down infection. And in the case of a recent trauma, we purge the infection. And there was something else that I was saying. And then we go on with the healing current. So how that works, I'm sure I've mentioned energy, containing energy and summoning energy, pure emotional energy. And in order to do that, because emotions are the energy that powers spells and magic, the way electricity powers a machine or a light bulb. So what I will be doing is I will be reliving my most compassionate, loving, and healthy experiences, reliving them and allowing the emotional energy to build in myself, and then directing it into this fetish, which is a symbol of you as the viewer. If you have spoken the enchantment, Bara Viko Net Mjota, then this will become a symbol of you, and I will pour all of those healing energies into this symbolic representation of you, and you will receive the healing energy at the same time. And that works to alleviate physical symptoms and emotional symptoms and psychological symptoms, but they do return. If the infection, the root infection, isn't dealt with, then the symptoms do return. So all in all, we want to do this from beginning to end. We want to start with the spiritual surgery where we extract infections. Then we want to move on to alleviating physical symptoms, and then we want to go on to applying the salve by using the meditation. But today we're just going to be doing the meditation and then the energy current. Welcome, Lewis Mary. Please refrain from spamming the chat. Basically I'm going to ban you if you continue to spam. So you're welcome to join. You're welcome to receive the healing currents that I'm going to be offering here today, and get a tarot reading or some black water scrying, or possibly even get a spell cast on your behalf, or you can just lurk and watch and see how things are done. But just don't spam, please. Thank you. Oh, I got a picture from Emma showing me a thumbs up. She's in the hospital bed. Ish. Do you have a broken arm there? Ish. sorry. You know, we could self-pity and say, why did this have to happen to you? But as we know, self-pity doesn't get us anywhere. And Calming Vibe says, thank you so much for doing this for everyone. God bless you, and thank you. And God bless you too. So now we're going to begin with the meditation. So I want you to just like relax and shut your eyes. Breathe in fully, hold for a second, breathe out fully, hold for a second, and repeat this. So there is a point that is between our genitalia and our anus. Excuse the vulgar image that I'm painting with that. But we want to draw our attention to that. As we breathe in, we want to imagine that the air around us is buzzing with energy. And as we breathe in, we're breathing that energy in. And then as we breathe out, we're directing that energy down through our core, from our lungs, down into that point. That's right between our anus and our genitals. And that is where the fundamental sphere is, the root chakra. And now we know that the root chakra, well, I don't know if we know, but I'm going to lay it out there. It corresponds, in its healthy state, corresponds with productivity and security and trust. Trust in the divine, trust in our ideal aspect, our ideal image. It becomes wounded when trust is broken, or when we are not able to secure ourselves, when we don't have enough to eat, when we don't have a roof or shelter, when we don't have clothes to wear, etc. When our basic needs are not met, it becomes wounded. When we are physically attacked, or physically abused, it becomes wounded. When our trust is broken, whatever we might have chosen to trust in, especially if that trust is to do with our physical safety and our physical security and our basic needs, it becomes wounded. And the infection that sets into that wound is fear, anxiety, and stress. We begin to stress about not having enough to eat, about not making enough money to secure our basic needs, not having enough to keep a roof over our heads, not trusting the people in our lives to treat us gently, expecting abuse, expecting attack, expecting harm, and become afraid of these things happening in a perpetual cycle. Things that we used to be able to do with ease now come with debilitating anxiety and debilitating fears and panic attacks. So we want to try and visualize any point in our lives where we have been existing in the healthy state of our fundamental sphere, where it has been healthily operational, where we're able to act productively without anxiety, where we're able to secure ourselves and trust in our abilities and trusting in our ideal self or God to keep us secure. If there was any point that we can remember where we had that healthy function of our fundamental sphere. For me, it is difficult for me to imagine any point until quite recently in the resolution of healing, of working with that energy center and beginning to identify its wounds and purge the infections from it. Only then did I notice I was able to operate in a relatively healthy function from this fundamental sphere, from this place of security. Until that point, my life had been consumed by fear and anxiety. And this might be the same for you guys as well. But now we want to try and remember the most traumatic events that were related to fear and physical pain and not having enough to secure our needs or to keep ourselves sheltered and clothed and fed. The most stressful periods, the most frightening periods, the most frightening events. For me, there are a variety of things. Abandonment, being left behind in a public space as a child. Being awake during break-in. And physical abuse as a child. Once you have identified these frightening, traumatic experiences, you don't have to think about them all. Whatever comes to mind now as the most frightening and most painful, terror-inducing experiences, those are the ones we're working with right now. And once you have identified them, then we want to look at how that has been impacting our lives, how that impacts our thought processes, how that impacts our daily routine and the way we used to work, the way we used to operate. How did things change as a result of those experiences? In the case of abandonment, this looks like me getting anxiety whenever I go into a public space, even as an adult. Particularly anxious whenever I have to go out into public with others. Feeling a lot of stress if I cannot see them in my line of sight. When it comes to the break-in, that looks like having to shut all the doors at a certain time of day, locking everything, shutting windows and curtains, feeling like it was imminent that someone would try to do this again, and trying to improve home security, and getting a little bit obsessive about it. Anxiety when cleaning or doing any of the things that I used to get overly punished for as a child. Doing any of the things that were accompanied with the abuse, also until quite recently has created stress and fear. Sometimes to the point where I just don't even do it, even if it's a priority. Now we want to go back. We want to go back into those memories and speak to our past self and bring that past self back to the present and allow that past self to look at the present moment and see that none of those stressors or those traumas are present anymore. They're not present in the present. They're absent from the present. They only exist in that past state. Say to your past self, come into the present and look. See, we are safe in the present. You are safe in the present. I can say to myself, you do not need to be worried about being abandoned anymore, since you are the one in charge of the transport. You are the one who drives the vehicle. No one is going to leave without you, because leaving is dependent on you. I can say to myself regarding abuse, I can say, look at the present. You are the only one who holds yourself responsible in the present. There's no one else holding you responsible for whether these tasks get done or do not get done. No one besides you can punish you for these things. And I can say to myself, in the case of the break-in, I can say, look, when that happened, you called on your gods and your guides, and the strangest of phenomenon occurred, which ensured your safety and drove off the burglars, and nothing was even stolen. Imagine how much more you have grown since then. Imagine how much more secure you are. You can trust that if something like that happens again, it will be dealt with just as miraculously as the first time. Then as we inhale, we want to imagine all of those fears moving back up. Earlier we were channeling energy down into the root. Now I want to imagine all of those fears going up into our lungs and binding with the air that we're holding in our lungs, and as we exhale, all of it comes out. You can make a sound. Allow those fears to move out of your energetic body through sound. Ha, hoo. Make a sound, even if it sounds guttural and violent. Make a sound. Allow those things to just pass from your energy body. Now, as we breathe in and then exhale, we want to channel that energy that we were channeling earlier from the atmosphere. We want to channel it down into the space just below our belly buttons. This is the creative sphere, also known as the sacral chakra, or Swadhisthana. In its healthy state, our sexuality is balanced. We're able to express ourselves sexually without shame or fear. And sexual energy and creative energy are identical. With an imbalanced sexuality, so is an imbalanced creativity. When it is in a healthy state, we're able to apply our creativity. We enjoy creativity. We enjoy drawing. We enjoy singing. We enjoy dancing. We enjoy cooking, because that is also a creative expression. when we struggle with self-doubt, when we struggle with shame, and these things block the center. They are the infection that sets into wounds, traumatic events that wound this energy center. When shame and doubt exist there, we have a resistance towards singing. We're afraid to open our voice completely because of what others might say or do, because of what others have said or done. We stare at a blank page trying to draw, but we can't even put a single mark down. We feel uncertain or confused about our sexuality and our sexual identity. We feel ashamed and afraid to express ourselves sexually to our partners, or even to ourselves in private. And if we do, struggling with huge amounts of shame and depression thereafter. Some of us, we deal with these kinds of wounds by becoming excessively sexual. Some of us, we deal with these wounds by suppressing our sexuality. Some of us become porn addicts, masturbation addicts, or downright sluts, and others, we become celibate and afraid to express ourselves. So now we want to visualize where we have existed and what point in our lives where have we existed in a healthy state from our creative center. Where have we had a healthy sexuality and a healthy identity within our sexuality, and where have we been able to express ourselves creatively unhindered by doubt and shame. For me, as a child, when I first got a guitar and first began to practice and play and sing, in those days my creative center was healthy and balanced. And then I experienced resistance. I experienced resistance from my father, who would shame me and tell me my voice is terrible. I experienced resistance from my grandparents, who told me my guitaring is terrible. Even though it only just started, you know, you can only expect it to sound crap when you start. But anyway, it destroyed my self-esteem. It created a blockage in my voice where I could no longer open up and sing in front of others. I even stopped playing guitar for years. Started turning to masturbation to cope with depression. So you can follow this in your own life and see where did the turning event occur for you? Where did shame set in? What event, what was spoken, what was done that created the wound that allowed shame to set into your creative sphere and doubt to set in? At 6 years old, I was also molested by my taxi driver. It wasn't all that terrible. I mean, it was, as a 6-year-old, it's quite terrible, but I mean, it wasn't a violent encounter. He grabbed me, grabbed my genitals for a moment, squeezed, and then released. And this event in itself was frightening, but it was when I was disbelieved by my father and punished for lying. That is when the trauma set in. And we observe how all of these things affected our practices and our daily life thereafter. As I described, for me it looked like no longer being able to sing with others around, getting stage fright when I was aware someone else was nearby, not even being able to pick up the guitar, not even being able to look at it without feeling shame or remembering being shamed. In my adult life, in my first sexual relationship, I found I was unable to reach a climax within the presence of my partner. As a result of the sexual trauma. Now we go back to those moments and we call ourselves into the present and we say, look at the present, you're safe in the present. I can say to myself, you are no longer surrounded by people who do not recognize your value. You have surrounded yourself with people who are encouraging and supportive. And even if you do mess up or you sound shit, they're still going to encourage you. And they're not going to tell you to stop practicing. They're going to tell you to go on practicing. They're going to give you pointers on how you can improve. And they're going to recognize the effort you've put in so far, even if it doesn't sound professional. Even if your drawing looks like a 3-year-old's drawing, they're still going to tell you well done for making the effort, and they're going to encourage you to practice, because you will only develop and get better if you push forward. I can say to myself, look, in the present you are fully grown and you are responsible for yourself. You no longer have to trust in people that are put into your life by others. You get to decide who comes into your life. You get to discern and trust your intuition on who is trustworthy and who is not trustworthy, who will seek to take advantage of you and who will not. You do not have to rely on the discernment of parents or anyone anymore. Only yourself and your own God, your own guides. More than that, you are also fully matured. You're no longer a helpless child. You're in a much better position to defend yourself. Once again, we're going to allow all of those shames to move up and attach themselves to the air in our lungs, and then express them. Let them leave with the air as we exhale, and express it through some kind of sound, allowing the voice to disperse that negative energy. Making a sound, allowing it to escape our energetic being. All of those feelings of shame, make a sound as you feel them. Let them be dispersed. Let them out. going to bring our attention to the place just above our belly button, which is the radiant sphere, Manipura Chakra, or solar plexus. In its healthy state, this energy sphere judges oneself righteously. This energy sphere is graceful, allowing us to move forward with precision and grace, and judging our actions from the past, determining whether or not they are good to repeat or bad, if they are sound, if they will result in success or if they will result in failure. The judgment is to make ourselves more graceful, more precise as we move forward, more enduring. This energy center understands what we want and moves forward towards it, drives us towards it, understands whatever goals we set for ourselves, whatever purpose we set for ourselves, this energy center gives us the power and the motivation to move forward towards our goals. It is flexible. It does not seek to impede others or step on others or take advantage of others in order to accomplish its desire. It is flexible, and it wants to support others in order to reach its goal. It wants to lean against others as others lean against it, helping others to help ourselves and helping ourselves to help others. This energy center is helpful, is humble. It's not boastful. It doesn't need to be better than anyone or anything else. It only needs to accomplish what it sets for itself. It doesn't mind if others are boastful or proud. It just works around them in order to get what it needs, what is set for it, whatever its goal is. And this energy center is wounded by oppression and suppression. Domination, when someone else subjugates your will, or subverts your will, or makes deliberate efforts to sabotage or undermine your efforts, it creates wounds and traumas in this energy center. And the infection that sets into this energy center is guilt and pride. When our will is suppressed, we are made to feel like we were in the wrong for wanting that or attempting to step out to accomplish that. And we feel guilty. Or we turn the tables on ourselves and say we were foolish for even allowing that person to see our actions. We feel guilty for not being smarter or more sly or more subtle. And there is a difference between pride and false pride. To take pride in your development, to take pride in your health, to take pride in your ideal self, and to take pride in your creations and your creative expression, that is healthy. when we've had our will suppressed, and then we think we are powerful, we think we are strong because we can suppress others or hurt others, that is false pride, and that is part of the infection. We think we are dangerous and powerful because of how toxic we are, and that is false pride. When we know we are strong because of the things we've had to endure, that we've endured through gracefully and learned from, when we take pride in how our creations have positively impacted others, that is healthy, strong pride. So now we observe where we have lived in a place where our will could step forward and accomplish our goals, unhindered, without having to take advantage of others, being flexible with the will of others. We observe any state where we existed in that place. For me, once again, it is only recently, as I worked through the traumas here and began the healing process, that I was able to operate from a healthy, whole state of the radiant sphere. Being flexible with the will of others, being humble and graceful. Graceful as in offering grace, and graceful as in moving with precision towards my goals. Able to learn from my own mistakes and apply changes to my methods. It is only recently that that has come into its fullness. Most of my life, from childhood until early adulthood, I was quite a toxic character. Thinking I was cool or uniquely powerful because of how much harm I could cause with my tongue. With my words and actions. Thinking I was strong because I could win any argument by turning it into a fist fight. And now we're going to observe where these wounds set into our radiant sphere, what events or what took place that created the damage, that created the trauma and the infection of guilt and pride. At what point did we get overpowered, or have our will suppressed or oppressed by our parents or by anybody? This is one that happens for most of us. We get bullied at school, toxic words and toxic actions. We get hurt at school physically. Most of us are never allowed to have goals or a will of our own as a child. If we ever established any kind of will or goal for ourselves, it would get shut down by parents, it would get shut down by teachers. Their will given domination over yours. Even at the extremes of punishment. If you try to exert your will in alignment with your goals, then result in grounding, result in physical discipline, or some other form of punishment. I know that all of these things are true for myself, and I know that as my will was suppressed, when I saw others able to act within their will, it would trigger me, and I would feel prideful. I would feel prideful in that I could shut down their will with my tongue. I could physically and emotionally abuse them every time they tried to step out towards their goals and prevent them from reaching it, and I felt strong for being able to do that. But each time that I did this, it would cause me to feel guilt. It would make me feel guilty, as my conscience and my discernment knew that this was unhealthy behavior. Even if I tried to justify it, I knew. I just want to let Redface know that I'm not on OnlyFans. So, yeah. It couldn't have been me. Now we're going to bring ourselves back into the present. We're going to go to those memories where we have felt false pride, or where we have done things that led to us feeling guilty. And bring ourselves into the present and say, look around and see. No longer is your will suppressed. You don't have to suppress other people's will because you feel like you're trapped, so therefore everyone else should be trapped. Your will is free now. You're solely responsible. Whatever goal you set for yourself now, you can attain, and there's no one that can prevent it other than yourself. No one is going to punish you for working towards your dreams. And you do not have to surround yourself with those people who would toxically, emotionally abuse you because of their own triggers. You can set boundaries. It's as simple as speaking out loud and saying that's not acceptable, and if they continue to cross your boundaries, then you cut them out of your life. And surround yourself with people who are supportive and flexible. Look around and see that the people that you have surrounded yourself with are flexible with your will. They have their dreams and you have yours, and you support one another in that. And you're flexible with one another's objectives and one another's schedules. of those prideful feelings, those feelings of being strong because of how much hurt we could cause or how toxic we could be, those feelings of guilt for our actions against others, feelings of guilt for lack of responsibility. Allow them to attach to the air in your lungs and breathe it out. Express it in a sound. Bringing our attention to the center of our chest, between our lungs. And this is where the heart center is, heart chakra or anahata. In its healthy state, this chakra or energy center is loving and gentle, compassionate, understanding, and this is wounded by betrayal. When we place our love, when we choose to love someone and they betray us, creates a wound. And that wound is infected by frustration and resentment. In its healthy state, we are understanding. Try and remember a time where we have been understanding, when people have said things that are spiteful or resentful and we've been understanding of their position, where we've exercised compassion and chose to hold any moment or any emotional reaction they could give us without reacting or retaliating, without becoming vengeful or frustrated. Where we've been able to love unconditionally. And we look at what kind of event there was that created betrayal, that created the wound, the betrayal that created the wound. Who betrayed us? What was it about? For me, when my ex-wife left and took my daughter with her, that was the greatest betrayal I knew, and it filled my heart with vengeance and hatred. Suddenly I lacked compassion for those around me, as if the pain I felt in my heart was more important than whatever it was they were going through. No patience for their emotional experience, no compassion. I closed off my heart, not allowing anyone else in, not allowing anyone else close to me. Anyone or anything, including pets. Guarded my heart against love, for fear of being betrayed, even when that fear was irrational. I would become triggered, and I'd feel like I want to puke when I see other people being romantic or affectionate. It would make me resentful towards them. Following this process in your own life, identifying your own betrayals and how that has affected your life and the way you interact with others. Speak to yourself and bring yourself back into the present. Allow that past self to see around you and say, hey, look, in the present you are healthier than you were. You've learned from past relationships. You no longer surround yourself with untrustworthy people. You're able to discern whether a character is healthy enough to trust and love unconditionally. There might still be fear of betrayal with whatever relationships you have. And in that case, you can tell yourself it's okay. You don't have to stop loving. Even if you're betrayed, you can accept that as a possibility. You can accept, yes, it's possible that I'll be betrayed, that the trust I give will be broken, and that's okay. Can consider from their perspective why it might be the case, considering from their perspective why you were betrayed and why you might be betrayed. Put yourself in their shoes and consider their emotional experience, exercising compassion and empathy. Instead of using resentment as a means to guard your heart, you can use empathy and compassion to guard your heart. Understand why it might be the case that they are also struggling with wounds and pain in their heart. And any of those resentful feelings that you still feel there, visualize the person that you feel these feelings towards and speak out loud, I forgive you. Even if you don't mean it in this moment, if you want the healing, say the word. Make the conscious decision to heal by forgiving. And allow those resentful feelings to attach themselves to your breath and to be expressed through your mouth, through your voice. Allow them to escape through your breath. Scream if you need to. Roar, roar, shout. Now we bring our attention to the expressive sphere, or voice chakra. In its healthy state, the center is expressive, speaking clearly about what resonates and what is a boundary, speaking clearly, honestly, taking responsibility for mistakes, being honest with oneself, more so even than with others. Having tact, knowing when and how much to speak when questioned. Choosing words that are not hurtful. This sphere is wounded by deceit. When others lie, primarily when they lie to themselves. When a boundary is expressed and the other person uses their voice to justify to themselves why it was okay, is what creates wounds in our expressive sphere. In the resolution, we begin to do this of our own accord as well. As the infection spreads and begins to sit into our wound, we begin to justify our own negative actions. When we cross other people's boundaries or when we make mistakes, we create alternative realities. With our voices, we talk, we say, no, it didn't happen that way, it happened this way. Or we make up some kind of story that makes it okay for us to act in that way, or to have said or done that thing. Self-justification and self-believed lies. Bring ourselves to the memories where we have done this. First of all, where we experienced the trauma or received the wound because of others, justifying themselves when they stepped over our boundaries or did or said things that hurt us, and then justified themselves in that. And then we look at how that began to take effect in our lives, where we began to lie, where we began to justify ourselves, to ourselves first, and then to others. We can bring ourselves back to the present and say, hey, look, in the present, when we are deceitful, and we cause someone else to take responsibility for our own wrongs because of our deceit and our lies, it creates double hurt First of all, they suffer because of our actions. Second of all, we suffer in guilt and shame because we know that we should be the ones taking responsibility. We thought we could avoid suffering and pain by lying, but instead we just created double the amount of pain and shared it with someone else. Look, whenever we have been honest and we take responsibility, we feel better in our soul, first of all. And second of all, the pain of that responsibility passes quickly. We don't spend weeks to months to years suffering in our guilt. I wonder if you can see how lies and self-justification tie in with the crossing of boundaries and the suppression of the will, guilt and pride that we examined when we looked at the solar plexus chakra. But now we allow all of those feelings of regret and all of those intentions to shift responsibility or lie or justify. We're going to allow that to express itself, attach itself to our voice and attach itself to the breath in our lungs so that it can be released and let out. And lastly, we bring our attention to our third eye in the center of our forehead. In its healthy state, this energy sphere is discerning. This energy sphere is observant. This energy sphere seeks clarity. This energy sphere, when it has been damaged, the infection which sets in is delusion. When we use teachings that have been given to us by others, or advice that has been given to us by others, we use that to act in ways that are harmful to ourselves and others, thinking it's okay because we learned this from a religious school. That is acting in delusion and living in delusion. When our other energy centers are blocked, then we see others from the perspective of those blocked energy spheres. If we are infected with fear in our root, then we look around and we see others are also afraid. We see them acting violently in ways that seek to harm us or to our detriment, and that is delusion. And when we are looking through the lens of pain, we are living in delusion. So we're going to observe where and what aspects of our upbringing and what aspects of our conditioning and our education and our religion has justified us doing things and saying things that are unhealthy, that are painful. We're going to look where we have pushed others away, where we have done things to others because we perceived malicious intent there as a result of looking at them through the lenses of our own fears, our own shames, our own guilts, our own pain, and our own hatred. I can say for myself the narrative of Catholicism allowed for prejudice. It allowed for racism and prejudice of all kind. During the periods where I was suffering in my heart, I took action against others who were innocent because I believed they were conspiring, because I believed they hated me, or I believed they were frustrated the same way that I was, looking through the lens of my own pain. Now we can call ourselves back into the present. Call those past selves back into the present. Saying to ourselves, look, in the present we can apply discernment. And that discernment is our intuition, our inner knowing whether or not a teaching or a piece of advice is going to have a healthy impact on us, our lives, our purpose, and the people around us. That is discernment. No longer do I have to blindly be deluded by the teachings of my church or my elders. If the advice or the teaching they give me, I know inside will result in healthy growth and progress for myself, I know I can accept it. If I know that this will result in pain for any person or any creature, or if it will result in detriment or sabotage for anyone, myself, those around me, or any living creature, then I know it is unhealthy and I cannot accept it. And that is truth. Now, remembering all of those things that we used to believe and observing how those things had a negative or positive impact, the negative impacts and those things that we believe that allowed for that negativity to infect our lives, breathe it down into our lungs and breathe it out, allowing it to escape. Express it through your voice. If it comes with any feelings of self-resentment or guilt, allow all of that to be expressed. Whatever sound wants to come out, just let it out. And now we must acknowledge that it is up to us to make the changes. When we feel anxious, we take a productive action. When we feel doubt or shame, we take a constructive action. When we feel pride or guilt, we take a humble approach and flexible approach. When we feel resentful, we take a compassionate and understanding approach. When we do not wish to take responsibility for something, we take an honest and tactful approach. We choose those things. It is always a choice. We can either choose to entertain the infection, or we can choose to push it out of our system by doing what is healthy and aligned. When we are confronted with teachings and advice, we can take a discerning approach and test that teaching, test that advice against our own lives and our own experiences. Imagine what it would do. Imagine the reality that would create if you took that advice or believed that teaching. What does it leave room for? Is it a healthy outcome or a negative outcome? Recognizing that we have the authority to choose. It's up to us. Self-pity only encourages us to act in ways that entertain and feed the infections. So now that we have finished with the meditation, take your time, there's no rush. If you're still busy, please go on. Welcome God's abundant blessings. Gopika Carol. Welcome Mercy. So now I'm going to begin applying, I'm going to summon healing currents, and I'm going to apply it to this fetish here, which is symbolic of you as the viewer. If you wish to receive the healing currents that get channeled into this fetish, then speak the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota. Speak it out loud, and that'll connect you to the fetish so that any healing energy that I direct here, you will receive as well. I'll say it once more. Bara Viko Net M Jota. And then I just want to say to all of my viewers that I have never had an OnlyFans account and never plan to have an OnlyFans account, so if you see someone on OnlyFans claiming to be me, you can be sure it's not me, and that it's a scammer. Yeah. Okay. So once more, the enchantment to join for the healing, for the energy current, is Bara Viko Net M Jota. That will connect you with the symbol that I have here, and any energy which I direct into the symbol of you, you will receive as well. But to join yourself or associate yourself with that symbol, you need to speak the enchantment Bara Viko Net M Jota. Once this healing is done, I will be doing divination. Not quite yet. first physical ailment I've discovered is poor eyesight. Mishia Nakalaturion. Enama Korodesina Mise Amin. Damaged nerves and tendons in the arm, legs, bruising and swelling. Isyadra Kora Ruach Motaravi Le Jonakaram Desedu Vieso Manakasete Se Kora Visovaya Masanakati Enama Isamonaka. Amin. Triodra Menikaledo Falacha Mijianurach Funomadasana Ina I feel fatigue brought on by stress. Physical body aches and cramps from stress. Bad gut health from stress. Isa isa minigana makuludo. Prasadra minishila nagaed. Vosak sikora. Inamane eka nakaloko. Riseda masunarawa. Isa anama. Polomanaka iya datte shinukuro. Riyasna falamanet ita. Kiyamanatsna tochu. Enama isa amin. It would be great to hear feedback from you guys who joined for the healing current, to know if you felt any visceral sensations. I did. I felt what feels like soda water moving down the right side of my body, and I know that the right side of my body is to do with the giving side, that energy is being given, and more than that, I also feel this, it almost feels like electricity, as if I'm touching a live wire, but it doesn't feel like if you're touching a live wire it's painful. This electricity doesn't feel painful, it feels healing. And yeah, interested to know if anyone who joins feels those things when I direct those energies into the fetish, the symbol. So now I'm ready to give away some black water scrying. I see that Parekura is desperate for a reading, so I'll give that black water scrying. I'll give one of them to Parekura, and oh, does anyone else want to test the black water and see what it has to say for them, what visions come up and how to interpret them? Cool, so Emma and Parekura. Sometimes when I gaze into the scrying ball, I quickly make a connection and I see images almost immediately and visions. Other times it takes a while, so bear with me. It might seem like I've zoned out, but I'm staring into the surface of the water and I'm waiting for visions to appear. And then I will name what I see as I see it, and once the bowl gives me a hint that that's all I'm going to see, then I will interpret the visions that I've seen. Am I pronouncing it correctly? Parekura. Welcome, Smita. So Smita, we haven't yet opened the queue for tarot. I'm about to give some Blackwater scrying to Parekura and Emma Thompson, and when I feel satisfied or bored of scrying, then I will open the queue for tarot. And once we have done our 2 hours of tarot, then I will be offering free spells, just two free spells. I'm gonna give them away today. Something I enjoy doing is casting spells. Healing is also something I enjoy doing. Maori name. Oh, cool. That's really cool. Okay, so do you have a question for the Blackwater Parekura? O Set, Lord of internal and external chaos, make a pathway between myself and Parekura, so that I may observe her soul in the surface of your waters, in the surface of your sea. Show me insight regarding the raising of her grandson, or his grandson. first image that I see appears to be a man leaping forward, as if he is free falling. He's leapt off of something. The next image that I see appears to be a tent. The sky is twilight and the ground has already been shrouded in shadows. I see a Catholic crucifix. It is your normal crucifix, wooden, with a sculpture of Jesus nailed to it. Now I see a cobra raised up and poised to strike with his fangs open. He is beneath a full moon. Now I see a body of water surrounded by a forest. The trees are reflecting in the water. The full moon is also here, reflecting in the water. Now I see a man with dark skin wearing a white shirt, and he seems to be carrying something square, almost like a fridge. It is a fridge on his back. There seems to be a tall building, but it's upside down, as if the ground was on the sky and the sky was on the ground. So as I interpret these images, the first image of a man leaping is your grandson. He is leaping off of something. He's taking a leap of faith, a quantum leap, stepping into a new cycle. He knows nothing. He knows nothing but unknown. It's a leap of faith. And there are many others who have been walking this road that he's choosing now for a lot longer. So he has to move quickly. And he puts on a show. He puts on a show of silliness and boisterousness as a way to cover up his insecurity of not knowing or knowing less than those around him. The second image of a tent in a twilight horizon when the land has already been covered in shadow. This talks to me about seeing his home space as incomplete and temporary. He is looking to move on. Like where he currently is, where he's currently living, it doesn't feel permanent, it doesn't feel secure. Like it's only a stepping stone, it's a place in between. He feels like the sun is setting on his security, on his home space. When the sun is out, there is abundance, there is activity, there is fullness. When the sun sets, it's a period of adversity, of hiding from the cold, trying to see in the dark, trying to fumble through the unknown. He may still be young, but he's already becoming afraid or feeling pressured by the idea that this is only temporary, that he's going to have to move on and venture into the unknown someday. What else did I see after that? Jesus on the cross. This is saying two things to me. First of all, it's saying that he feels like he's suffering. He feels like he's suffering on the behalf of others. Like he's taking responsibility that isn't necessarily his or shouldn't be his. The other meaning that this has for me is that you should be exposing him to other characters like that, other individuals who take responsibility for others, doctrines and teachings and religious beliefs, all of them, not just Christianity or one or another, but exposing him to a variety so that he can learn truth and discern truth for himself from them all. He can discern the delusion and the malpractice, and he can discern the truth and the healthiness that exists within all of the practices, exposing him to the archetypes, the characters that are portrayed in the stories across all the religions. In every one of them there is an archetype who comes and takes responsibility for others, or ends up bearing the responsibilities or the punishments of others unjustly, and exposing him to these archetypes is a good idea. Then I saw a serpent, a cobra posed to strike. And this talks to me about danger. Danger that's still coming, that's still ahead. The cobra is underneath the full moon. And this is talking to me about your perception of femininity within yourself and externally. That there is some toxic femininity that is still trapped in your soul, and affects your perspective and affects your vision of the feminine, and this is something that is going to be passed to him. So it's something you'll have to work through, and something he'll have to work through. It is not only talking about toxicity. The serpent is also a symbol of grace and strength. Full moon talks about the divine feminine, so the feminine character coming into its fullness. That is the mother archetype. It's saying that he perceives strength and grace therein. He perceives that in the mother archetype, which is probably you. You are the full moon, but there is also danger there. There's also toxin there and venom. There's a certain aspect of the femininity in his life, the feminine archetype's mother, grandmother, that is poised to strike. It's poised to strike him. He feels that way anyway, or perhaps he has been struck. And that is symbolic. That's symbolic of words, using your words venomously. The water that I saw thereafter, it talks to me again about femininity. It's talking about his future partner. We see the full moon reflected in the water. It's saying that he's going to see the mother archetype, or the influence that his mother had in his life, and his grandmother, and the feminine in his life, that is going to affect his choice in partner. He will see the reflection of the femininity he has been exposed to. He will see that reflected in the partner of his choice, and that is what will attract him there. That is grace and strength, but also danger and toxicity. And then after that I saw him carrying a fridge, and this is symbolic. This is symbolic of him making sure the fridge is full, winning that bread, being the breadwinner, and that being a result of your teaching and your influence. That he will be responsible and he will carry the fridge, no matter how much it weighs. He will make himself strong enough to carry that fridge. And then lastly I saw a tall building, basically saying that he's going to be that tall building. He's going to be a strong pillar, a tall, strong fortress in life. So, to answer your question, there was some advice there on what you could do to help him. There were some things that I wanted to make you aware of in yourself, and other influence in his life, but overall, what the scrying is saying to me is that you are a healthy influence, and that because of your influence, he's going to be a responsible man, able to support himself and his family, make sure that they have enough food and shelter. He's going to be a strong fortress in life for himself and for those who rely on him. a tall building. Welcome Cosmopolitan, welcome back. We will be opening the queue for tarot readings soon. If you want, I'm only choosing certain people to give the scrying to, so you're welcome to ask a question for the scrying, but the black water. But I think I'm gonna give Emma, do a little scrying for Emma, and then open the queue for the tarot. Message from the universe through the water. Okay. What message do the spirits have for Emma Tompkinson? The first thing that I see are footprints in the sand. And then I see someone looking into a closet, but in the closet is just empty coat hangers. I just see a gaping hole that looks like a crack. Looks like a split in the earth. I see eyeliner and blush and foundation on a desk. I see someone standing chest deep, like around about here in water. Seems like they're walking. They're coming further out of the water with each step. Walking towards shore. Trying to remember what was the first image that I saw. I know the second image that I saw was the coat hangers. But what was the first one? Hopefully it comes back to me, but as I interpret the coat hangers, the person looking into a cupboard or closet looking for clothes, but there is only coat hangers. This speaks to me about having reached a point where clothes, ego, outfits, identities are no longer necessary, that just being the authentic self is all that's necessary, or then something happening that sends the person, you, to go back and look in the cupboard looking for an outfit to wear, looking for an identity to put on, only to discover that you've thrown them all away because you didn't need them anymore. The next image that I saw, I think it was the crack in the earth. And this talks about a gaping wound between you and family, wherever you come from, whatever your background is, that there's a crack, a split between you and them, in your relationships. next image that I saw was makeup on a table. And this talks to me that the split was created because of the face you chose to wear, because of the person you chose to be. And that's what created the split. Your countenance, the way you chose to present yourself, created that split, created conflict, which escalated, and you having boundaries, refusing to be anything that wasn't authentic. Yeah, it made that split grow wider and wider. And the last thing that I saw was someone in the water, chest high, and they were walking, and as with each step they took, the water level was receding. And this, what this image says to me, it's a message for you saying keep moving forward, keep putting one foot in front of the other, because you're coming out of the water, you're coming out of the sea. Yeah, your feet have found the ground, you're no longer treading water. Just keep going and you will come out of the sea. With every step you're coming further out of the water. And I still don't remember what the first image was that I saw. I guess it was for you to hear and for you to interpret. But anyway, I think I'm gonna make some coffee, and then I'm gonna open the queue for tarot. You guys can come with me to make coffee. You're welcome, Emma. Please like and share if you haven't. Thank you, Parakura, for your recognition, and your thanks and your gratitude. And thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the value that I receive. And yeah, I hope that I will see you regularly, that you will follow me so you get updates whenever I go live. And yeah, please like and share if you haven't already. So I'm going to put that bowl away, put that fetish away, and then we're going to start the tarot. Not quite. First going to make coffee. has Rita been talking to M more than me recently? Is it a petty question? You're still here, Tori G. 18:37. What's time now? Can't even see. 18:39. So it's been 2 minutes. Because if you're here, then I'll add you, and you can be the first tarot reading that I give. I see, it's your aunt, and you were really close, but she hasn't been calling you as often as she used to. Okay, well, let's find out. Why is the one known as Rita been talking to M more than Tori recently? M is your sister. Past interval is the Queen of Swords. It's reversed. So this card is saying to me that in the past it was something that you wanted. You also saw a reflection of yourself in this aunt. Basically, you had a desire in your heart that you were working on, and your aunt was somehow related to that. So the interactions between you and her it started out because of a goal or a purpose that you had set, or an idea that you came up with towards something you wanted to create for yourself. You were feeling hopeless in that place, so your aunt was calling you to help inspire you and bring you hope. That's past interval, something that's now coming to a close. As we see, your aunt is now talking to M more. In the present, we have a Prince of Swords. So this is saying in the present, your aunt thinks you are ready to face all of the challenges that you had been struggling with when you were feeling hopeless. There were all kinds of things that you knew you had to do in order to move towards this goal that you set, but they seemed too big at that point. And by her communicating with you, she has seen how you've grown and matured, and she thinks you're ready now to face those challenges. And in the present, you are facing those challenges, and she can see that. You're pushing forward and applying your ingenuity and your potential in order to make breakthroughs towards your goals, towards the purpose you've set for yourself. Future interval is number 19 of the trumps. It's called the Sun. It's also reversed. So the Sun card as a future interval is a warning. It's saying as you go forward, you must exist authentically. You must act and just be authentic. Because you are a source in your own reality, in your own universe, in your life. You are the source of energy, like the sun is the source of energy for our solar system. It gives our planet its potential to bring forth life. So likewise, you are the source of energy in your life, and by existing authentically, you will give your environment its potential to bring forth abundance for you into your life. the projects that you start and work on and the goals you set and work towards, they have the potential for great abundance because of you existing authentically as who you are. Now, the card reversed, it's the warning there is, if you try and deliberately put that energy out and you deliberately try to people please and you change who you are, you be authentic for the sake of others' approval, and then you're going to run dry. Your energy is going to run dry, and the things that you've been working on are going to fall away and lose their potential. So basically the tarot is saying that she's calling you less because she feels like you are making breakthroughs. The reason that you guys were interacting so much was mostly because it started out because you were hopeless. You were trying to set something in motion that you desired, but you felt like it was bigger than what you could accomplish. So the relationship developed from there. Out of that, it started out at that little point, and you've grown so much over that. You are making the breakthroughs that you needed to make. So that is why the communications have fallen away a little bit, and she is now giving that attention to your sister. Because your sister probably also going to go through something similar where she has something she wants to create and feels hopeless about it, and so your aunt comes to help her face the challenges and find the breakthrough she needs to. And then the advice that the tarot has for you going forward is that you are the energy source in your life. You give your projects and your environment its potential to bring forth abundance, but only by your authenticity. If you are inauthentic and you try to people please, or you change who you are in order to get approval from others, then it's going to take that potential away from your projects, from your environment, and from your goals. Parekura is looking for a tarot reading. So typically I only do one reading per person, per stream. Well, that's free readings anyway. So yeah, I know you got Blackwater scrying readings, but then sometimes I give people pendulum readings. So I'm going to stick to that boundary. I'm going to say one free reading per person. Parekura, if you want to join the queue, please send a tip. The new donation, the new gratuity suggestions are on screen. $3 minimum to get a second reading today. And Gandalf the Beach, welcome. Thank you for joining us. To join the queue, you type #tarot and you ask your question. Yes, you may redeem your free reading, just ask your question. Thank you for your recognition, Tori G. I'll encourage you to like and subscribe. And then you'll get and you can hit that notification button too, so you know when I'm live again, which will be Friday, by the way. Gandalf the Beach is asking for a general reading. Big changes happening in my life. Cool, we'll give you a general reading. I hope you'll have patience with me while I roll a cigarette and feed my addiction. Then I'll draw your spread before I light it, and I'll smoke it while I interpret. Thank you. just to let you know, today we started out, you can see the stream's been going for more than 2 hours already. We started out with healing. We did energy healing, we did a little guided meditation, and following that we did some basically Reiki. I say basically because it's not quite the same, and there's some, I take little bits of inspiration from other traditions and other practices as well. Is it flavored tobacco? No, it's just fine cut regular flavor. After we did the healing, then we did some black water scrying. Basically, I don't know if you've ever seen people read from a crystal ball. It's kind of like that, but with a bowl of black water. And now we're doing tarot, and when the tarot timer is up, as you can see, there's like a 2-hour countdown above my head. When that reaches 0, then I'm going to give away two spells, 2 free spells. I'm going to pick 2 people to give spells to. This stream is my premiere on LinkedIn. Today is the first time I have ever gone live on LinkedIn, and yeah, I'm also on Discord. So basically today we went from being on 4 platforms to 6 platforms, which marks a nice big revolution. When I started out streaming, I had only just started my LinkedIn profile, and there's specific parameters you have to meet, and you have to apply for free streaming. You have to regularly upload original content, and you have to have more than 250 followers, and this, that, and that. So today I just had a look, because I've reached like almost 600 followers, and I've been posting regularly. So I just had a look to see if I could apply, and when I tried to apply, they said I already have live streaming permissions. I was like, oh wow, look at that. Okay. What advice does the universe have for Gandalf regarding the changes that are happening in his or her present? Okay, so your past interval card is the 7 of discs, and it is reversed. Basically, so 7 is about making decisions. It's like being at the crossroads, at a place where your future could fork into many different outcomes depending on what you choose. It's like reflecting, visualizing all the possible outcomes. Discs is to do with the physical reality, physical space around you. Health, finances, that kind of thing, all kinds of physical stuff. Basically, this card is telling me that recently, before these changes started happening, or maybe as a result, maybe this is what created those changes, but basically you were overwhelmed by the possibilities in front of you and the decisions that you had to make regarding your health and financial future. You also sat there too long. You had been. By the time that you reached this point where you had to make these decisions, you were sitting in that place of self-reflection, choosing your outcome for too long. As long as there are endless possibilities in front of you, nothing manifests, nothing actually happens. So basically, because that card is reversed, it's saying to me that until you actually started making your decisions and putting your course of action into a list of priorities and setting a schedule for yourself on how you're actually going to move towards the outcome you've chosen, you had been sitting there for too long, neglecting to make your choice. Overwhelmed by responsibility and what making your decision would mean, like the responsibility that would be added by the decision. But that's coming to a close. You've made your decision. The card being reversed indicates that you might have chosen poorly, but it doesn't really matter. The card is saying that whatever you were doing before you made the decision, before you were presented with that decision making, you should have stayed with what you had been doing rather than choosing something new. But now that you have chosen something new, you should stick to it. You should stay on whatever it is you've chosen. Keep moving forward. Don't start over again. Present interval is the Princess of Cups. Also reversed. This card is telling me that you have put on a shell, like inside you're actually really authentic, you're really vulnerable and soft, but you're wearing a shell. You put on a shell whenever you go out and whenever you interact with other people. And you're doing this because the other people that you have to interact with are doing the same thing. The princess corresponds to number 14, and 14 is to do with co-creation, expressing creativity and working together with others. Cups is all about emotions. It's all about your emotional self and fitting in with the flow of things. So basically what this card is saying to me is that in the present you are interacting with other people, and there is potential to be co-creating with them towards whatever it is that you're creating. Jesus Christ, that chicken. That fucking chicken. You've got to be co-creating with these people, but something that's in the way, something that's hindering your progress and their progress, is this being in a shell. Start to come out of the shell. The advice that this card has for you is come out of your shell. Start testing to see if you can get others to come out of their shell. Start being more authentic. Start expressing your emotional experience. In the interest of hearing what others are going through. Try and break the ice, in other words. Future interval is a 7 of Cups, reversed. What this card is saying to me, it's giving you a warning, basically. It's saying that there are going to be some difficult emotions. As you move forward, when you're breaking the ice, as you move forward towards this destination that you've chosen for yourself recently, regarding your health and your finances, as you move forward, there are going to be difficult emotional experiences, triggers, and just emotional influxes, and you may be inclined to go back to old habits of distracting yourself from emotions, distracting yourself by binge watching series, binge video gaming, drinking, smoking, just doing anything instead of experiencing the emotion. Sex, all of those things will lead to depression though. To distract yourself from those difficult experiences and those difficult emotions will lead to depression and fatigue. So the card is warning not to fall victim to that, not to go into that addiction frequency in order to avoid your emotions. Rather, allow them to be felt, allow them to be expressed in some kind of creative action, regardless of whether it's pain or frustration or fear, whatever it is that you're feeling, even self-doubt. Allow it to be felt, acknowledge it, recognize that it's telling you to do something. Like when you feel a difficult emotion, it usually tells you to do something like binge watch series or overeat or whatever it is, acknowledge what it is inspiring you to do, and then say, no, I'm going to do something constructive and productive that'll bring me closer to my goals instead, regardless of the feeling. And that's the advice that card has for you. And that is your reading. Thank you for joining me. Please give me a follow so that you'll be notified when I go live again, and that'll be Friday. I'll be going live again on Friday. Welcome, Cancer Girl. You're most welcome to get onto the list, and to do that you can just type #tarot and put your question there. Recording the emotional challenges as they come to you is a very healthy creative expression. Writing it down, journaling, that is creative expression. So yes, that can be one of your tactics. You don't have to record them, but if you can't think of something else creative or constructive to do, that is good enough. Most welcome, Gandalf. Cancer Girl says, what is my collective purpose moving forward? What is my contribution to evolving consciousness? That's a bloody powerful question. Thank you. You're in the queue, and you're up next. Stream is slower today because I did things a little differently. So the queue seems to fill up. As I finish a reading, another one comes in. And that's good enough, you know, keeps me busy. What is Cancer Girl's contribution to evolving consciousness? Welcome, Nikki. You know the drill. Type #tarot and put your question to join the queue. So Cancer Girl, I got this wild card for you. It fell out. Prince of Wands reversed. What this card is saying is there is suffering. In order to reach your desire, there are challenges that you've been neglecting to face. In order to get to what you desire and what you're passionate about, you're going to have to face some of the things that you've been putting off. So you work on manifesting your dream. You get up, you go to work, you do all the things that are required of you, and certain challenges come up. You realize that you're going to have to do this, or you're going to have to deal with that in order to in order to reach what you desire and what you're actually passionate about. But you put it to a side, saying what I'm working with right now, what I'm doing right now is more important than that. So I will put that on the back burner, put it on the shelf. And basically this card is saying that you have grown enough and you've matured enough that it's time to take those challenges off the shelf and face them, because you are ready to make a breakthrough and actually move towards what you're passionate about. Just going to stick that back in the deck and then draw your 3 cards. So, your past interval is the Tower reversed. That's number 16 of the trumps. And this card is saying to me that you recently came through an experience that made you aware of your limitations. It made you aware of the things you believed about yourself and your abilities and the environment and the universe at large, things you believed that were not true. It's in the position of the past. It's something you've already been through and something you've already had to endure. But basically, there were certain things you believed about yourself and what you were capable of that weren't true, and then you were presented with an opportunity that you could reach for, but that to realize yourself within it meant that those things you believed about yourself had to be true. And then when you failed to reach that destination, it proved things about yourself. It proved those insecurities. It made you aware that those things that you'd been believing were not actually true, and that was jarring to the identity. In fact, it made you re-examine your entire identity, who you were, what you're doing. It's what brought you to ask me this question as you try and rebuild that identity. So there's some advice that this card has, and it says you have options. When you come out of a tower collapse like that, you can either justify the insecurities and blame it on the environment and blame it on people and find reasons why what you had believed was actually true and that the experience you had doesn't prove anything, or you can acknowledge the insecurities and begin working them out of your identity, choosing instead to base your identity on things that are true about yourself, that you know to be true, that things that are part of your ideal character, such as productivity and creativity and humility and compassion and honesty, tact, discernment, etc. Present interval is the Two of Discs, and it is also reversed. So this card is saying that in the present you have opportunities in front of you. So 2 is about opportunities, and discs is about the physical world. So that's your health and your finances, basically. Saying that in the present there are opportunities to manifest abundance regarding your finances, your career, and your health and fitness. But you're reaching for it, but you're failing to commit to the potential. So the potential that we're talking about here is like a seed. It's a tiny little grain that has the potential to become a fruit tree, and that you'll get an abundant harvest from that fruit tree, but you have to commit to that seed. Once you plant it, you have to water it, you have to give it food, make sure it's got the nourishment in the soil it needs, and you have to shield it from weather until it's strong enough to grow on its own. And basically this is saying, be mindful that you don't allow your seed to die. You've reached out for the opportunity, you've reached out for the potential, you have planted it, but now you are lacking the commitment or the endurance to see it reach its fullness. So the card just wants to give you a little spank and say, focus, commit to this before it dies, commit to your seed before that seedling dies, go and water it, go and nourish it, commit to it if you want to see it arrive in its abundance. Future interval is the number 2 of the trumps. It is the Priestess. Again, talking about potential and opportunity. So what's opening up for you is infinite potential, and that's more than just regarding career and fitness and health. This is potential regarding your spirituality, your desire to evolve consciousness, everything, emotional abundance. There's going to be opportunities for all of these things coming into your sphere, and if you can prove to the universe that you will commit to what you are currently reaching for, the opportunity you're currently reaching for, you will succeed within all of these other areas. You will find the abundance in this desire to evolve consciousness. You will find emotional satiety and abundance in your emotional being. You will develop and grow in your in your spirituality and your spiritual practices, you will find that outcome, that end goal. You'll be like the camel pressing through the desert, able to go long periods of time without emotional fulfillment, without seeing returns on the investments you're making, but knowing at the end the tree is going to be an abundant fruit tree that you get your harvest from, and it will be so. That harvest will be there for you. And then one last thing that the Spirit is saying to me is that purpose is not something that's given to you divinely. Purpose is something that you choose. It's the opportunity you reach for based on the desires that are in your heart. So whatever it is that you desire, like you want to evolve consciousness, that is your desire. Now take action. Take action to see it happen. That is purpose. When you're applying your will to accomplish what your heart desires, you have set purpose for yourself and you are existing within purpose. And that concludes your reading. So thank you very much. Please like and subscribe. Thank you very much, Parekura Taka, for your donation. Amazing. I very much appreciate your tip. Your financial and physical support to my stream is very much appreciated, and you are next in line for a reading. I must say excuse me to Nikki and God's abundant blessings. I've received a priority tip from Parekura Taka, which pushes him or her up to the top of the queue. And you're most welcome, Cancer Girl. I hope that I'll be seeing you again. Hola hablas Hispano. I'm afraid I don't speak Spanish. Wish I could. Maybe someday I will. Today's not that day. So, Parekura, are we giving you general guidance? Or do you have another question? General. Okay. Cool. What general guidance does the universe and the spirits thereof have for Parekura? What opportunities exist in his or her present that can be seized? I'm going to lay out a 6-card spread for you in return for your generosity, me expressing my appreciation. Okay, so your first card, which is a general overview of a situation and your present, it is the 9 of Cups. So this card, it talks about self-reflecting on the way that you have handled your emotions. Basically, it talks about isolation. That's not physical isolation, but emotional isolation and mental isolation, You could still be living in the same space with others, but you walk past them, you look past them, you're in your own little universe, you're isolating in your own universe. And the reason that you're in this period of isolation is in order to reflect. It's in order to reflect on yourself and your past, where you've come from. You're looking to find some kind of emotional peace, some kind of peace in your emotional being. You've been trying to create that peace for a while, and now you're in the last stage before finding that peace, and that's the self-reflection. You're looking back and you're seeing, okay, where have I had a bad emotional response, and what created that? What happened in the environment? What did somebody say or do that created this response? And how did I react to it? Did I react positively or did I react negatively? Did I do something hurtful, or did I hurt someone because they said something that hurt me and then I retaliated and hurt them? Or did I do something constructive regardless of what they were doing or saying to me? And basically this self-reflective period, the purpose of it is so that you can take responsibility for the times that you did do something hurtful or spiteful or fearful as a result of your emotional experience, and you can look at where you did something constructive and healthy as a result of your emotional experience. You want to take responsibility for both. If you would take responsibility for your mistakes, you can avoid repeating them. If you take responsibility for your success, you can reapply that method in the future. And that's basically what this is for. So once you have seen and acknowledged all of your mistakes plus successes, and you exit from this hermiting period, this isolation period, you will have arrived in that peace, knowing that going forward into this new cycle, you are better equipped to handle triggers, better equipped to handle stressful situations. You know what you are inclined to do when you feel an emotional response, and so now that you are aware of it, you can choose to act constructively rather than react negatively. That's a really powerful card. Your crossing card is the Queen of Swords. So this basically talks about what led you to go into this inner journey to seek peace in your emotional being. It's also something that has gotten in the way of life in general, but it's something that can be used to your advantage once you're aware of it. And it's the Queen of Swords. So basically you wanted to take action towards your desire. That's the Queen of Swords energy. It talks about purpose, it talks about thoughts, it talks about logic and reasoning, academics. So there was something you wanted regarding these spheres, education, or just time to self-reflect, or you wanted to take a course, you wanted to develop your reasoning, you wanted to develop your knowledge, you wanted to develop your intuition, and you wanted to take action to accomplish that desire. But whenever you did, there were variables that got in the way, and it made you feel quite hopeless, like you would never arrive in that outcome. And because of that, you started going inside. You started to go into that isolation and that self-reflection, trying to find more emotional peace, so you'd be in a better position to chase after that desire. And if you can take responsibility for your mistakes and your successes, you will be in a better position to follow after that desire and develop your intuition and develop your knowledge in accordance with what you desire. Conscious mind. This card describes what your conscious mind is working on and working through, fixated on. It's the Five of Swords. So basically, you are consciously applying all of your resources to their maximum potential, all of your knowledge, all of your experience, and all of your resources, intellectual and physical resources, technology. You're applying all of it to accomplish your purpose. And as I was saying in the last reading, purpose is when you are taking action towards your desire. So here with the Queen of Swords, we saw that's what you wanted. Now you are applying all of your resources, all your knowledge, your experience and technology and finances. You're applying it all to its maximum potential to reach what you desire and accomplish it and see it materialize, realized and manifest. The card is also wants to commend you for taking small steps the way you have been and not neglecting to go back and to go inwards when necessary in order to overcome challenges and difficulties. If you try and reach further than what your knowledge and experiences can take you, then you end up falling. It's like you've got an outcome over here and you've got your present over here and you try and leap all the way from here to there. You're not going to make it. You're going to fall. So what you're doing is you're jumping little by little until you reach that. So the card wants to commend you for that, for taking small steps, setting goals and outcomes that are reasonable, that are accomplishable based on your knowledge and your experiences and your resources. Unconscious mind and unconscious influences. This is also a very nice card. It is number 4 of the trumps. It is called the Emperor. So the unconscious influence, the influence that brings you into this place where you know when it's time to go inwards and self-reflect, this the influence that gives you the motivation and the drive to reach for what you desire, and where you get your inspiration to apply your resources and your knowledge to their maximum potential, it all comes from a healthy father figure. It comes from a healthy masculine influence as you grew up, having healthy masculine role models. Something that you have maybe been aware of, maybe not been aware of, but all of the growth that you're experiencing and the way that you're able to make progress through difficult situations, it comes from having a good example when it comes to masculinity. Now, there are women who embody masculine character very well, the healthy aspects of masculinity, which are things like structure and routine and commitment. When it comes to the femininity, we see things like nourishment and life-giving waters, emotional support. Those are the healthy aspects of the feminine. Just some, there is much more. I'm just naming a few. When it comes to the masculine, structure, discipline, commitment, rule, in other words. So you've had to apply all of these masculine energies, and you're doing well, you're applying it well and making progress because you've been exposed to healthy masculine examples throughout your life. Past interval card is the Knight of Discs. So this is where you've come from. It's what is coming to a close now, things that have already happened. And the Knight card is all about rebirth. Card is reversed. It's telling me that you either had to move. In fact, I'm certain that this card is saying you had to move. You had to leave wherever it was that you were living and move to some other place. Discs is all about your physical environment, and then again, Knight is about rebirth. So that's just saying that recently you had to move from one location to another. You had to. It wasn't something that you chose of your own accord. It was something that was forced on you. That could either look like fire burning down the house, or it could look like being evicted. But it's something that was forced on you, and there's a little bit of encouragement that this card has for you, and that is that these rebirths, this kind of rebirth that takes place, it might be difficult, it might be painful, it might be stressful, but the end result, it produces growth. It brings you closer into alignment with the lifestyle and living environment and physical security that is authentic to you. It helps you move into a place of more authenticity. So even though the rebirth itself is difficult, new beginnings are always disguised as painful endings. So it's a new beginning that brings you closer into alignment with the space that you need to be in authentically, even though it was painful to make the shift from the old. Future interval is the 6 of Cups. So 6 is about evolving beyond your limitations, overcoming your limitations. through connection, through relationship, and Cups is to do with emotions. So we saw in the present you were reflecting on your limitations within your emotional being. You were taking responsibility for your mistakes and for your successes. So now as you move forward, you're going to be taking that knowledge and you're going to be honest about it, honest about your successes, honest about your failures, talking about expressing that to the people that are in your space, to the people you have relationship with, and to new connections that you're forming. You're just going to be expressing these things, expressing your solutions that you've come up with in the future, how you plan to handle situations in the future, and taking responsibility for the failures when you didn't handle the situations in the past so well. And by doing this, you're going to give them advice and keys, pieces of the puzzle that'll help them overcome their limitations, giving them solutions to problems they've been facing in their emotional being. And as a result, they're going to communicate to you how they have been dealing with things, and that's going to give you little bits of information and little keys, pieces to the puzzle that'll help you do even better and overcome, just evolve past your limitations through interaction with the relationships you currently have and through interacting with new connections that you're forming. And that is the conclusion of your reading. So thank you very much once again. Thank you for your like, for your follow, for your share, and for the tip. Much appreciation and much thanks. Welcome back, Divine Focus. It's been a while, but welcome back. Will you be meeting your twin flame this year? Thank you for your question. You are in the queue. We have two others before you. Next in line is Gopika Carol, God's Abundant Blessings on YouTube, asking what is stopping me from moving forward. Please confirm that you're here, Gopika. Thank you for confirming, Nikki. Giving Gopika or God's Abundant Blessings a few moments to confirm before we skip and move on to your reading. God's Abundant Blessings is here. Amazing. So I remember you asked the tarot this question before, God's Abundant Blessings. And I'm sure that the tarot is going to tell you something very similar to last time. It's up to you to take the knowledge and apply it. Before I even draw the spread, I can already say to you there's a message that I'm receiving, and that is you are stopping you from moving forward. You are the one who prevents you from moving forward. So I'm going to change your question. I'm not going to ask the tarot what is stopping you from moving forward, because we know. I'm going to ask the tarot, how can you move forward? How can Gopika Carol move forward despite resistances? So your past interval is number 14 of the trumps. It is called Art. And this card, it's in the position of your past. It's something that's that you've already been through, and it's something that is now coming to a close. But basically, you were learning to balance your active and receptive states. So your active and your inactive states. So like when you take action towards accomplishing your goals, you're in an active position. When you are in rest and you're filling your cup and you're eating and sleeping and spending time with family, you are in your inactive or receptive state. And if you stay in your receptive state, things stop manifesting. If you stay in your active state too long, you burn out and you never receive anything. So you were trying to create a balance between the two. The point being, you want to exist in your active period long enough that during your inactive period you receive the results of everything that you do in your active period. And you weren't doing this alone. You weren't working on this balance and creating, you weren't in your active state alone or in your receptive state alone. You were working together with others. Whatever it was you were trying to create, whatever it was you were working on in your active state, and whatever it was you were doing in your inactive state, you were doing with the same people that you're working together with. You were working together and then interacting together, receiving together. And that is coming to a close now. You have made the progress and the balance that you were looking for. Present interval is the Four of Swords, reversed. So this card, it's like a little smack on the ear, a little bit of discipline. This card is saying that you have your priorities out of order in the present. So you know what it is that you're trying to create, you know what you desire, and you are taking action to get there, but you have your priorities mismatched. You're working on things that are less important instead of working on the things that are most important. So certain responsibilities are falling away and are not being fulfilled the way they're supposed to. That hinders you from reaching the outcome. What this card wants to say is identify what is most important to your outcome. So what is your desire? What does that outcome look like? Now, what actions in the present, what tasks in the present are most instrumental to that outcome? Put them at the top of your list of things to do. Put them at the top of your goal chart, at the top of your to-do list. Work on it in that order, from most important to least important. Yes, sometimes we feel overwhelmed by the weight of the task in front of us, so we choose to do something less important rather. We feel that way, we still feel valid, like we did something, but the truth is you need to be working on your priorities first, putting the less important things second. Future interval is number 21 of the trumps. Okay, this is a nice card. This card is saying that what's opening up for you is manifesting your universe, causing your outer universe to correspond with your inner universe. And this happens because you become aware of your shadow aspects. Like we saw here, you have a tendency to work on the lower priorities before the higher priorities. Now you can see yourself, you can see the aspects of yourself that hinder you, that get in the way of you and your goal. As you move forward, what you're trying to do is take the vision that you see in your mind and make your universe around you, the physical universe, look the same way as what you're envisioning. That's what you're trying to do. That's how you create the future. And now you're aware of your shadow aspects and you're able to dance with it. You're able to find ways to work around it so that it doesn't get in your way, so that serpent of the shadow doesn't restrict you. In the past it has been restricting you, but no longer. Now you can see it clearly, you can dance with it and move out of the way. So if you're a writer, there's an example. If you're a writer, then every time you open the laptop, the first thing you might see is social media notifications, and then that distracts you. So now you know that, you take those notifications away. And you set a certain time and you say, when I go onto the laptop, I'm going to write. And I'm not going to look at anything else, because I know that it'll distract me and I'll end up in a rabbit hole and I won't do any writing. So that's an example. However that fits to your life, that's how it's going to be. You're going to be dancing with that serpent so that you can transform your environment to look the same way it looks up here. And that's the conclusion of your reading. I have received a priority tip from Divine Focus, so Divine Focus will be up next. Thank you very much, Divine Focus. Much appreciation and much thanks. And then Gopika says, how do you remember every detail of your followers? Thank you for helping me with the right question. How do I? I asked myself that question, but I recognize every name that I've seen before, and I recognize when a name is a name that I haven't seen before. So Divine Focus wants to know, will I be meeting my twin flame this year? Will Divine Focus be meeting her twin flame in 2022? Okay, your past interval is number 16 of the trumps. It is the Tower, reversed. So this is where you've come from. It's something you've already been through. Basically, you had an opportunity. You stepped out towards it. There was something you planned to do, something you set for yourself, but the realization of that goal required that the things you believed about yourself and your capabilities were true. But then when you reached out to grab a hold of that and see that goal realized, you weren't able to, and that said to you that the things you've been believing about yourself and your capabilities isn't necessarily true. So that was quite jarring to your identity. Yeah, not only was it to do with things you believed about yourself, but also things you believed about the universe, things you believed about twin flames and relationships. Yeah, it could very well be implying that you went into a relationship with someone you believe to be a soulmate or twin flame, and then things played out and unfolded in a way that proved to you that what you had believed about the relationship wasn't necessarily true, and that jarred the identity. Yeah, it made you re-examine. Now there's some advice here, and the card can say, okay, you can blame the environment, you can blame the people around you for those insecurities, you can make it everyone else's responsibility, or you can take responsibility for it, acknowledge that it was an insecurity, it was a belief in something that wasn't necessarily true, and therefore you can rebuild your identity on things that are more solid and more true. Yeah, things that are true about yourself, that you know are true, and things like that are productivity, creativity, humility, grace, precision, compassion, understanding. So you can move forward with those foundations. Present interval is the Three of Wands, also reversed. So this card is talking to me a little bit about hopelessness in the present, regarding your desire, which is to meet your twin flame and have that healthy, evolving relationship, that exciting, evolving relationship. 3 talks about enlightenment, about becoming aware. It talks about hope. So because of this experience, there is now hopelessness, like what I desire is not possible or not meant for me. I'm never going to see it. That's the kind of hopelessness that you're experiencing. But at the same time, you're realizing what is required in order to see your desire realized. And that is self-development. When you're focusing on yourself and filling your cup and making healthy changes and building your identity on solid truths, then you're going to attract people who are doing the same. And it is among those people that your soulmates and your twin flame are. It's among those people that you will discover them. The people who get closer, the relationships that become more intimate, those are the soulmates. And the one that stands out among them, the one that naturally develops into the most profound relationship you've ever had, that is where you find your twin flame. So this card wants to say to you, becoming aware of that stepping out towards it, you can turn that hopelessness around. Focus on yourself. Forget about finding your twin flame and start building yourself and filling your own emotional cup and reaching towards your desires for your life individually. And as you attract the people who are doing the same, working on their lives and working on themselves and doing what's passionate and authentic, what they're passionate about and what's authentic to them, as you're doing what you're passionate about and what's authentic to you, you will find your soulmates and you will find your twin flame among those people. Future interval is the Ace of Swords. So this card, it's a suggestion and a key on how you can move into the future of your dreams, of your desire, how you can move into... So imagine you're in a hallway, and that hallway is like a place between futures, and then there's doorways that come off the hallway. Each doorway is a new possible future. So the possible future where you meet your twin flame, the key to unlock that door is the Ace of Swords, and that is talking about communicating your purpose. So purpose isn't something that's divinely given to you. You identify what your heart desires. Like here we saw with the Three of Wands, that talks about becoming aware of desire and passion. So when you're aware of what your heart desires and then you take action to accomplish it, then you have set purpose for yourself. You are existing within purpose. As long as you're putting one foot in front of the other towards your desire, you are existing in purpose. The will operates in order to find desire, and when they're working together, will and desire, they are purpose. So communicating that, communicating what it is you desire and what it is you're doing to accomplish it, that will open that door where you find your twin flame. It'll open that possible future for you. So that's communicating within present relationships, that's communicating with new connections. Then there's some advice that card wants to give, and that is discernment. So discernment as in knowing who to be vulnerable with and who to withhold information from. So if you know somebody is trustworthy, then it is wise to trust them. If you know somebody is untrustworthy, it is wise not to trust them. And when it comes to new connections, well, with new connections, if you don't know someone, then it is wise to be wary of how much you trust them until you know whether they are trustworthy or untrustworthy. And that card didn't give you a yes or no as to whether or not you're going to be meeting your twin flame this year. So I'm going to ask the pendulum, because the pendulum will give us a yes or no. On behalf of the one referred to as divine focus, will she find her twin flame this year? So it's giving me a side-to-side rocking with a slight clockwise rotation, and so that is saying no. It's saying no, it's probably not going to happen within this year still, but if you turn your focus to yourself, that can change. The clockwise motion indicates that there is room to change that. It's saying that future is there for you. It might not be within this year though. All of the relationships that you have been through and all of the relationships with people who are not your twin flame that are still to come are there to train you and evolve you into the person that you need to be before you can meet your twin flame. All the failed relationships are preparation. And that concludes your reading. Thank you very much once again. So next in the queue is Nikki. Nikki, please confirm that you're here. Yes, great. Okay, So for Nikki, I'm gonna do one card and the pendulum. I'm gonna do the pendulum, see what it has to say. It'll give me a yes or no, is why your future husband. It'll give me a little bit of other information, possibly sometimes it holds its tongue, and then I will draw a card to give further clarity on that. We've got vampires coming in here now. By that I mean mosquitoes. Bloodsuckers. On behalf of the one known as Nikki, is why her future husband. So it's swinging left to right with a slight anti-clockwise rotation. So that's saying no, he is not your future husband. And that anti-clockwise rotation just tells me that things are not as they seem. Things are not as they seem. Having a relationship with Y is not a bad idea though. Even if it doesn't result in marriage, it'll be an excellent learning curve. What else do the spirits have for Nikki regarding this relationship with Y? It's a 9 of discs. So, this card says to you, reflect on your health, reflect on your security, and reflect on your sex life. Basically, it wants you to observe where you have shortcomings in your finances. It wants you to observe where you have shortcomings in your health and your lifestyle. It wants you to reflect on where you have shortcomings in your sex life. It doesn't only want you to reflect on your shortcomings, but also your successes and your strengths. So what strengths do you have when it comes to physical security and finance, as well as shortcomings? What strengths do you have when it comes to health and fitness, as well as shortcomings, lifestyle? What strengths do you have regarding the bedroom and sex life, as well as regarding shortcomings? Reflecting on these things within past relationships and how they affected past relationships. You want to take responsibility for shortcomings so that you can avoid repeating those mistakes within this relationship with Y. You want to take responsibility for your strengths and successes so that you can apply them. You can apply those strengths and reapply those methods for success within this relationship with Y. And that is your reading. Thank you very much, Nikki. And welcome back, Unity. It's been a while. Happy Wednesday to you too. Thank you for joining me today and supporting my stream. I get that. Thank you, QJ. You're welcome, Nikki. You're welcome. So it looks like my queue is empty, guys. I'm gonna check on that timer because I can't tell. We did things differently today, so I don't know where we're standing on that cue. We still got 46 minutes on the clock. The queue is empty at the moment. When the tarot readings are done, I would like to give away 2 free spells. I'd like to cast 2 spells. But I think I'm gonna give this stream a little bit of a boost. Gonna give us a share to some groups. Oh snap, I see my video has cut off. Or maybe it hasn't. Well, let me make sure that it doesn't. It hasn't, not quite yet. But earlier when I was making coffee, I took it off charge. Welcome back, Brad Wolf, still making cuck jokes, I see. I hope that you're laughing hysterically at your jokes. Because no one else is. Hey Jackie, gentle now, gentle now. Hey Jock, all the dogs coming to visit. Please mind the wires, Jock. Please. Go back out the way that you came in. Of course, Unity, go ahead. Thank you so much for your tip. It's a priority tip, even though even though there's no queue, but you're welcome. So, you want to just talk about the Fool card a little bit? I'm brand new to tarot and fairly interested in thought. I would just love to hear some insight you have regarding the Fool. Okay, so the Fool is taking a quantum leap into a new karmic cycle. Whatever has inspired this, it's usually to do with like either an inspiration, seeing a lot of abundance and value that can be received by stepping into this journey, or he's been forced into it, like trapped on top of a burning building and having nowhere left to go, and so taking a leap of faith into the unknown, into a new karmic cycle. So we call him the Fool because he doesn't know anything about this journey that he's just stepped out on. Everybody around him has been here for a while already. They already know what they're doing. So he puts on this like silly mask. He behaves silly, does silly things, performs antics, and this is kind of like a mask that he's wearing in order to cover the insecurity, the feeling of inadequacy, that he doesn't know as much as everyone else. But there is much potential for him. He's only just started this journey, so with each rotation that he goes through from 1 to 10 and then 10 to 20 and so on, he will evolve. He will receive new abundance. There'll be a metamorphosis. By the time he goes from 0 to 10, he will have completely evolved, like a metamorphosis, like a caterpillar into a butterfly, and he will receive more abundance with each cycle that he goes through. So the Fool card is traditionally known as number 1, but then with the release of the Thoth Tarot with Crowley and Harris, they changed it to 0 and they put the mages as 1. So if we have to take a look at 0 from a numerological perspective, 0 is absence, it's nothing. But within nothing is also the potential for everything. When there is the potential for everything, when you can see every possible future, so we apply this to our lives. If we're sitting in that place between, like I was saying in one of the last readings, we were in a corridor. That's the place before beginnings, and there are doors that go off of the corridor, and each one of them is a possible future. It's a possible outcome. So here you're looking at all of the possible outcomes, but none of them is happening. You're not in any of them. The potential for them, it's there, but none of them are manifesting. None of them is realizing itself into your present. Only once you choose one of them, you can only choose one, you can't choose them all, but only once you choose one does its potential for manifestation actually realize. Then it begins to manifest into the present. So it's the same for the Fool. He is taking that leap through the door. He's still in that place before anything. He's taking the leap through the door into that possible future. He's coming from nothing into something. Now, in the Thoth Tarot itself, I need to actually just shut this door. I left it open for ventilation, but I need to shut the door. In the Thoth Tarot itself, the Fool is clothed in green. And green is a symbol, firstly, of the heart, of his heart center. So his entire being is cloaked by the anahata energy, through that is compassion, gentleness, understanding, love. His entire being is cloaked in that. And the second symbol of green is creativity. So he's also clothed in creativity. He has unlimited creative potential. He's taking this leap of faith, but he knows that the creative potential exists in him, that whatever kind of obstacles he is faced with or that come up on his path, he has the creative potential to overcome it. By living in that heart space, it doesn't matter what kind of resistance he encounters from people. If he applies compassion and understanding to the situation, he can nullify. There doesn't have to be any violence or any eruption or any there doesn't have to be any kind of negative spiral if he lives from that heart space and that creative space. He's bitten by the tiger of fear. In the Thoth Tarot, he's got a tiger biting into his leg, and that's a symbol of fear. So he is nervous about this quantum leap. He's nervous about this new beginning, this new journey of stepping into something, moving out of 0 into 1. He's nervous of that, but he looks forward anyway, because it's like there's a doorway and there's a light in the distance, but everything between the doorway and that light is dark, and that darkness is uncertainty. So he gets the anxiety from the uncertainty, but he steps forward anyway, knowing that his creative potential and his ability to live from the heart will allow him to overcome any obstacles that are in that darkness. Anything that he's faced with as he walks through that unknown and it becomes known to him, he can overcome it. His creativity and his intuition, it is a light source. So he is a light source. As he takes a step through the door, with every step he will light up the path in front of him, and he knows that as well. So he steps forward even though he's being bitten by the fear of uncertainty. When I think of how do we bring something out of nothing, how do we turn 0 into 1 in the first place? So I imagine 0 being twisted, pulled and twisted. That requires the application of will. That requires that some kind of external will or internal will has to be applied to the nothingness, to the absence. Stretch it into a figure 8, and then at the points of the figure 8 you now have 1 and negative 1. Something out of nothing. The total value of 1 and negative 1 is 2. We could say that negative 1 are things like gravity, inactive currents. We could say that 1 is radiance, light. So even though gravity isn't an energy, it's still affecting the universe in some way. So it is a variable that is present. So together they are 2. They can be counted as 2. And there, as each number comes out of that void of nothing, it brings about the opportunity for the next number to be realized and become a reality. So once you've got 2, you've also got negative 2, and that's 4. 2 and 1 brings 3. Etc., etc. Welcome, Jelly Melly Mellow. Nice to have you. You're welcome to join for a reading. Just go ahead and ask your question and I will draw a spread for you. I think I'm going to draw, in the meantime, I'm going to draw a spread for Unity, because Unity did send a tip, even though the tip was meant to get requests, was meant to get some thoughts on the Fool card. I think I'm going to draw a spread, a general spread anyway. What general guidance does the universe have for Unity? Past interval, 7 of discs reversed. So this card is saying that you recently made a decision. You went through this period of moving from nothing into something. You were in that corridor, that place where there are endless possibilities, when those possibilities were specifically regarding your career, finances, health and fitness, physical location, physical security. So you were in that place where you were seeing all of these possible outcomes, possible futures, and you had to choose one, because the longer you stayed there, you realized that nothing was going to happen. The longer you were observing all of these possibilities, you had to choose one before anything could manifest. Now, this card being reversed indicates that you actually had something already. That place of being in nothing was an illusion. You actually had something already and had been working on something. You had already made a decision. So coming into this place where you chose something new, it took you back to the starting point, basically. All of the efforts and investments you'd made into whatever you had been doing were lost when you made this decision. But it's okay. Just stay committed to what you choose now. Stay committed to this new path or this new outcome. Don't change it again, otherwise you're going to perpetually be going back to nothing, back to the fool. Stay, once you've chosen and you've stepped out, stay in whatever it is that you've chosen. Commit to it. Keep walking towards that outcome. Present interval is the Knight of Discs. So as a result of this decision that you recently made, you are now going through a rebirth in your physical environment. Jelly Melly Mellow, this reading is for Unity. I will draw your spread when I'm done with Unity's reading. I know Unity is not here, but he will be checking back in the video later. Rebirth in your physical environment. So that's moving. Moving from one location to another. It could be talking about the end of a career. But I'm gonna go ahead and say it's to do with moving physical locations. And this isn't something that you had control over. It was the result of actions of others, perhaps eviction, perhaps you live with family, perhaps you live with a partner and it was their things that happened to them that created this move. However, the cards are saying to me that this rebirth could have been avoided if you hadn't been choosing a new outcome. Basically, it's saying that you were close to seeing fullness, you were close to seeing the end result of whatever it was that you were working on. So changing it took you back to the starting point. Changing your outcome took you back to the starting point, but if you had stayed in that and moved towards your outcome, it would have arrived in time to prevent this move, to prevent this rebirth in your physical environment. But then more than that, this card is saying that this move, this rebirth, is actually healthy. Whatever you had been doing previously before you made this decision to change your outcome was inauthentic. It wasn't authentic to what is in your heart, to what your heart truly desires. So this rebirth, though it is a painful ending, it is actually disguised. It's a new beginning disguised as a painful ending. This move, this rebirth, is bringing you into a new beginning where there is the opportunity for. It brings you closer to alignment with who you are authentically and what you want to do authentically. Future interval is number 8 of the trumps. It's called adjustment. So this card, it's a key. It's a key to the future you've chosen, how to make sure that it manifests the way you desire it, to get to your outcome. And it's saying to you, change. It's saying that your desires, your dreams, are lived by a specific kind of human being, a specific character. There's a specific person who lives your dreams, and there is a gap between who you are currently and that person that lives your dreams. So have a look at what things in your present are out of balance, what habits you have that don't align with your dreams, what lifestyle you have that doesn't align with your dreams. Change it. Make the shifts. Consciously make the choice to shift from who you are into who you need to be in order to live the life that you desire. And yeah, that does conclude your reading. So I hope that you find value in the musing I gave you regarding the Fool. I hope that you find value in the spread that I've just drawn for you. And yes, so next up is Jelly Melly Mellow on Twitch, and after Jelly Melly Mellow is Varsha. So welcome, Varsha. Thank you for your question. Your question added to the queue automatically. So we have a reading up next for Jelly Melly Mellow, and then you will be up. Jelly, you still here? I think so. I think Jelly is still here. A reading about stuff in process with your lawyer. Cool. What's going on with Jelly's lawyer? Past interval is 7 of Swords. So this is telling me that your lawyer is putting things into priority according to his outcome, or your outcome, you and him collectively. He's got a lot of cases to work with, I reckon, and he's putting them into an order of priority and what's most important for him and his business and his image, as well as for his clients. What's most important for his clients? Who is most urgent? Basically, he's getting his priorities in order. That's what he has been doing. 2022 has looked like him finding his order of priority and working on his cases and his tasks according to that priority. Present interval is number 2 of the trumps reversed, and that is the Priestess. So this card is saying that there is opportunity and potential for him to complete cases, to tick things off of his list of priorities. There's opportunities in his present for him to tick off priorities, and he reaches for it and he says, yes, we're going to do that, but then doesn't commit. So the potential, the opportunity to fulfill that responsibility falls away. This is not only for him, this is also for you, Jelly. It's saying that you also have the opportunities to, when he comes to you and he says, I need so much information or whatever, there's the opportunity being presented for you to see your outcome realized. And then you reach for that and you say, yes, I'm going to get all that to you, but don't commit to it. And so his schedule fills up, other priorities come up, and the window of opportunity closes for you. So the card just wants to emphasize on commitment for both of you, to commit to the opportunities that arise. Future interval is X. It's number 10 of the trumps, fortune. So this is just saying that everything that you have sown, all of the investments you've made of your time and energy, everything that you've worked on together in this case so far, is about to come into fruition. It's about to come full cycle, and you're about to reap the rewards of it. The card is the right way around, it's not upside down. So it's saying that the things you have sown, the facts that you've built your case on, are sound and healthy. So you're going to receive healthy rewards, sound rewards. If you would put unhealthy intentions in there, you would reap unhealthy intentions and unhealthy rewards. But yeah, it's not talking about that. It's saying that you have been sowing healthy seeds, positive seeds. You have a strong case, and you're going to see the results that you've been investing for. Alright, Varsha. Job prospects. So that wild card that just turned itself over, Varsha, that is 2 of discs. Basically, it's saying that there are opportunities for you in the present moment, and you have the endurance and the commitment that is required in order to seize those opportunities and see them manifest. How can Varsha secure herself financially? Past interval is the 7 of Cups reversed. Okay, so this card is saying that you've recently come out of a period where you were neglecting your emotional being. You were looking for ways to distract yourself from your emotional experience. You had difficult emotions that you were dealing with, probably anxiety, probably self-doubt. Anxiety, self-doubt, depression. So then you turn to things like binge watching series, binge eating, maybe video games, maybe drinking, just anything to distract yourself from those emotions and those difficult feelings. And this was detrimental to your career, this was detrimental to your financial and physical security. But it is something that's coming to a close. In the present, you are interested in job prospects. You are coming out of this period of distracting yourself, basically. Present interval is number 16 of the trumps. It's called the Tower. It's reversed. So this is telling me that in the present you are becoming aware of the things that you believed about yourself and what you're capable of that wasn't true. So you were presented with opportunities, like we saw with that wild card. You were presented with opportunities and you reached for them and you committed to them, and then you still weren't able to accomplish them, and that was because the things you believed about what you were capable of were not true. And so that really jarred your identity. It knocked your identity, and you were like, if these things I believe about myself and what I'm capable of are not true, then where is my self-worth? What am I actually worth? So the card has some suggestions for you. It says you have a choice. You can either justify the failure. You can say, yeah, it was because of this unforeseen event that I failed, or it was that person's fault that I failed, or this work is just full of shit, this employer is just full of shit. You can find reasons to blame the environment and blame others for the failure, or you can take responsibility for the insecurities and work them out of yourself. Say, yes, okay, I believe this about myself and it wasn't true, and that's fine. Now I know it's not true. I can base my identity on things that are true. I am a productive individual. I am a creative individual. I am a humble and enduring individual. I am committed. Once I commit to something, I stay committed to it. I am a compassionate and understanding individual. I am forgiving. You can base your identity on things that are true, that can move you forward. Future interval. Future interval is the 8 of Swords. Okay, so this card is saying that you should be working towards what your heart desires. Never mind employment. You can secure yourself. So visualize it. What does your outcome look like? How much are you earning? What kind of life do you live? What kind of house are you in? Etc. And then make the changes to your lifestyle and your habits that are necessary in order to reach that outcome. Even if breaking those habits and making those changes to yourself are uncomfortable and difficult, go through with it, because that's how you move into the future of your dreams. There is a certain person that lives in that future, a certain character, a certain lifestyle, certain habits, and so you need to identify who that is, and then you need to cut out the habits and lifestyle and all the things that you have been doing that don't serve that outcome. You need to make the changes there. So you can, once you visualize what your outcome is, then you start taking action towards it. Identify what kind of problem you can solve. So, is there a problem I can solve? Ask yourself that question. Find a problem that you can solve for yourself and for others, and then put a price on your solution and start selling that solution. And then cut out all of the bad habits and bad lifestyle choices and all of the things that are not aligned with that person who lives your dreams. Cut them out and you will move into that future. So you are welcome. Thank you for joining. Please like and share and follow if you haven't already. Welcome, the only anomaly. To join the queue, you just ask a question. Hello, Sof, welcome. And joining the queue, you just hashtag tarot along with your question. Just go ahead and ask your question to join the queue, guys. Free readings are ending in about 12 minutes. Once the free readings are closed, I will be giving away 2 spells. For anyone who requested. The first 2 to request the spells. Okay, so Theo, the only anomaly, says, is anything going to change for me? If so, is it good or bad? And then Sof says, please, a reading, what's coming to me soon, or what should I know? Sof says, I love the music, what's the name? Okay, so I don't know what track you're listening to at the moment, but the artist is Adrian von Ziegler. The credits are here, saying background music by Adrian von Ziegler. So I don't know which track it is that you're listening to. I don't even know. I've got 2 playlists and I don't even know which one I put on. I can't hear the music, only you guys can. So the only anomaly is up next, and then soft self, you after the only anomaly. What changes lie ahead for the only anomaly? Okay, so your past interval card here is number 6 of the trumps reversed. It's called the Lovers. So this is telling me that recently you broke the limits, your limits. You evolved past your limits because of a relationship. Now that's not necessarily talking about a romantic relationship, though it could be talking about a romantic relationship. Basically, it's just talking about a deep, intimate connection. You were doing the best that you could with your resources and your finances and your knowledge and experiences in order to accomplish your goals, but it wasn't quite enough. You thought it was, but then through this relationship, you became aware of the limits on your resources and knowledge and experience, and it was difficult for you to acknowledge those limitations, to acknowledge that despite doing your best and applying yourself to the maximum, it still wasn't enough. But because you became aware of it, you were able to learn from this person that you were interacting with, from this deep connection, this strong relationship. You learned from them, you learned from their example. They gave you new experiences, they gave you new knowledge, they gave you access to new resources and new technology that helped you evolve, and you did the same for them. You also made them aware of their limits, and it was painful for them to acknowledge, but because of your interaction, you guys overcame your limits and evolved. Jelly Melly Mellow, welcome back. I gave you your reading shortly after you made your request for it, so you can go back in the video and find it. The only anomaly, your present interval card, is number 16 of the trumps. It is the Tower. This is a healthy card. If it's reversed, it's not so much a healthy card. I mean, it always is a healthy card. If it's reversed, it's a painful card. Right way around, it's not so painful. Basically, you're observing yourself. You're trying to identify your own insecurities. You're trying to identify what aspects of yourself you believe that are not true, what things you believe you're capable of that are not true, or what things you believe about your reality and the universe that are not true. And you're doing this in order to make change, to make growth. So you're asking me, what is anything going to change? You are creating the change in the present by doing this, by acknowledging your insecurities, by acknowledging the things that you have believed that have not been true necessarily. You are creating the change. So the advice that this card has for you is that once you've identified an insecurity, you acknowledge it and say, yes, this has been part of my past. I have said and acted on this belief that turns out actually isn't true. But because it's a part of my past and it's a part of who I am, I have the power to change it. I can consciously choose to act and speak and do things differently in the future. And then you can rebuild your identity on things that are actually true. So what have you been able to accomplish in your life? What defines you ideally? What defines your ideal character? Things like productivity, things like creativity, things like commitment, endurance, humility, things like compassion, empathy. Your ability to acknowledge your insecurities is also a strong suit. So all of these things that are true, you can base your identity on those things, and your whole future is going to look different to what your past looks like as a result of that shift. Now this is really healthy. If a person doesn't go through this period of self-reflection on a regular basis, then the universe will present you with circumstances and events that force you to acknowledge those insecurities, and that's a painful experience. So when you do it of your own accord and you go into this self-reflection period of your own accord, you avoid that pain, that unnecessary pain. Future interval is number 15 of the trumps, the devil. So you asked me, are the changes that are coming good or bad? So there is no good or bad. There isn't. But what you are going to see as a result of your changes is adversity and resistance. Now that is from people in your life, family, colleagues. As you make these changes in yourself and you grow into a healthier and stronger and more authentic individual, you're going to be met with resistance. Now, one of my favorite authors says, when your peers rise up to challenge and belittle you, you know with certainty that you are on the right track. So that's what this card is going to prove to you. When your peers and your colleagues and your family rise up to challenge and belittle you and make you seem small, you can know with certainty that the changes and the choices you're making are the right ones and that you are developing in a healthy, strong way. Now, this card also has some advice. It wants to say to you that when people come up and try to make themselves better than you and make you seem small, don't do the same to them. Allow them to be themselves. Allow them to say their piece, and you just acknowledge, yes, that's what you believe, this is what I believe, I'm going to continue in my direction. What you have to say, thank you, but I'm not going to let it change my decision. I'm not going to let it change who I am. I'm going to continue on in my direction, you go on in your direction. So the devil card reverse talks about people trying to make you out to seem smaller than them and make themselves out to be bigger than you, like they know better and you don't know anything. When the devil card is the right way around, it's people just expressing their disagreements but choosing to continue on in their own directions anyway. So you're going to be met with the people who are in the reverse, the people who are trying to make themselves out to be better. But you need to continue on in the correct manner. You need to acknowledge that they are disagreeing with you, but continue on your way, focusing on your outcome, not stooping to their level, not trying to prove that your way is better, not trying to prove that you know better, just letting them be, live and let live, and go on in your direction. And that is the conclusion of your reading. So thank you very much. I'll encourage you to give me a follow so that you receive notifications when I go live in the future. And then welcome to J.O.D. Verma. You're welcome, the anomaly, the only anomaly. Varsha. No, wait, we finished Varsha's reading. Sof is up next. Wants to know what's coming to me soon. So, Sof is going to receive the last free reading of the day. Now that doesn't mean I'm finished giving away readings. When the free readings queue closes, which is about to do, then after that I want to give away 2 free spells to the first 2 people who request it. Whatever it is you want to manifest into your life, let me know, and I will help you manifest it. But I'm also prepared to give away more readings if you guys are prepared to tip. So anyone who hasn't received a reading, who is busy viewing the stream, you can send a $3 tip minimum, and that'll make sure you still get a reading. Sof is getting the last free reading, and then I want to give away 2 free spells. So don't leave just yet, guys. What does Sof need to be aware of? And what lies ahead in 2022? Okay, so past interval here for Sof is the Prince of Cups. So this is where you've been, where you've come from, what you have already been through. and basically you were facing emotional challenges. You were facing them in order to create a breakthrough. In 2021, you had certain goals that you were working towards, and while you were working on those priorities and keeping up with them, certain emotional experiences, you had certain difficult emotional experiences, and you realized that at some point you're going to have to face these, but you deduced that your priorities in that moment were more important. So you put those challenges, those emotional triggers or whatever, on the back burner, put them on the shelf. You were like, I'll deal with that at a later stage. I'm not quite ready. But come 2022, the beginning thereof, so January and now the beginning of February, you were like, okay, I have grown enough and evolved enough, I can face those challenges. So you took them down off the shelf and you faced them. You allowed them to be felt, and you came up with creative solutions. You expressed them creatively, and you pushed through them. No matter how difficult they were, you pushed through them and you found the breakthrough you were looking for. You came out into a place of more balance in your emotional being and more peace in your emotional being. Present interval is the Ace of Swords. So this card is saying that in the present, you are communicating your purpose. Now, purpose isn't something that's divinely given to you, it's something you choose. So you have a desire in your heart and you are about to take action. So this is the first step. When you have a thought, an idea, a goal in your mind, you give it its first physical form by speaking it out loud. So that's basically what's happening here. You have a desire in your heart and you are taking action to see that desire realized. And you're doing that, the first thing you're doing about it is communicating it. You're speaking to it, speaking to the people in your life, speaking to new connections, and this gives your vision, your outcome, its potential to realize and manifest. As you communicate your purpose and what you're intending, there are people who will want to support you within that. This card wants to, you said, what do you want, what you need to know, what you need to be made aware of. So this card is saying what you need to be aware of is that some people will try to work against you and some people will want to support you. So in that case, it is about discernment. If you know somebody is trustworthy, be honest and vulnerable with them and express the entirety of what you desire and what your intentions are to accomplish that desire and what the purpose is that you set and what your goals are. Be vulnerable with it. Communicate it entirely. If you know someone is untrustworthy, keep your tongue. It's wise not to be vulnerable with them. And then when it comes to new connections, give surface level information. Test them. Find out if they're trustworthy. And then future interval. Okay, so number 16 of the trumps reversed, the Tower. This one is coming up a lot today, and he's reversed. So basically this is saying that there are certain things you believe about yourself, about your capabilities, and about your reality and the universe that are not true. And as you move forward towards this goal, there are going to be events and people that are going to come into your life that are going to make you aware of these insecurities, these things you've been believing that are not true. So the advice that card has for you is to self-reflect right now. Reflect on yourself right now and what you're capable of. Identify the insecurities and the things that have not been true. Do that before the universe sends these events and these people into your life that would have otherwise made you aware. If you are already aware, then it will not be a painful, jarring experience that knocks down your identity. If you are working those insecurities out now, acknowledging them and choosing to found your identity on solid truths, then when those events come into your life and those people come into your life, it will not be a painful, jarring experience. So that is the conclusion of your reading. And guys, that was the last free reading that I'm giving away for the day. I'm happy to give away more readings if you're happy to tip. But now, at this point, I want to give away 2 free spells. So if there's anyone in the chat in viewing the stream who wants to manifest something into their lives, let me know. So what I will need from you is the date and the month that you are born. I don't need to know the year. I just want to know your zodiac so that I know what your element is, so I can give you a key to unlock your desire. A key that is specific to you and your element, the way that you do things. And yes, thank you, Soft. I can definitely add you to the list. You will get one of those free spells. Now, I do the spells in pairs, so I want to request from someone else as well. 2906 of the 6 months. I have to do this January, February, March, April, May, June. 29th of June. Awesome. Thank you for letting me know what your zodiac is. Please like and share, Soft. And give me a follow so you know when I come live again, which will be Friday. I'll be online again on Friday. So, this is a potion. I'm going to tell you a bit about that potion in a sec. The kind of spell that I'm going to cast for you is an executable servitor. Now, you can do research on servitors. I think I'm probably the only one who calls it an executable servitor, and I call it that because it's like something that you execute. You fire it like a program on a computer. So you write out the code and you give it instructions on how it's going to function and act, and then you run the executable, and that code gets executed, gets processed in the order that you've specified. So it's the same with this kind of spell. We program it. We program it with your outcome. We program it with the means to get from point A to B. We program it with planetary frequencies. So we take a planet, so each planet has certain symbolic spheres. It rules over a domain. So you want to manifest money lost, I'm going to bring in Jupiter, because Jupiter is about security and abundance. So I will bring Jupiter into the programming, and then we apply all of our emotional energy and our focus to the spell, to charge it, to execute it. And so this can be done in your mind. Imagine you have a tray of eggs, right? And you put a board on top of the eggs. Then you can stand on those eggs without breaking them, because the energy, the weight is distributed evenly. So that's kind of how it is when you're visualizing your outcome, when you're visualizing your means, resistances, planetary frequencies. There's a lot of things. So all of your energy is dispersed evenly. It doesn't really punch that hole that we're looking to punch. So we gather all of those things and we bring it down into a single point for execution. It's like if you hit the wall with a hammer, the area of effect is too wide, the energy is dispersed too much. But if you hit a nail with the hammer, the nail goes through the wall. So it's kind of like that. We want to punch a hole in the fabric of reality, and to put all of our energy onto those visualizations and all of that, all those frequencies, it's too dispersed. So we bring it all down to a single point, and then we hammer it with our energy. Now, emotions power spells like electricity powers a computer. So we need to summon up a lot of emotional ecstasy. And to do that is quite time consuming. So I do it in advance. I did it in advance and captured it here in this fetish, in this potion. So there are three symbolic ingredients here in this potion, and those are fruit seeds, number one. So fruit seeds they house the potential for abundance, for so much abundance in a tiny little shell. So basically the fruit seed is like a symbol of a container for energy. And then the second ingredient is rainwater, and that's symbolic of the pure emotional current. Now, to distinguish between pure emotion and impure emotion, so if you feel something like fear, or if you feel something like excitement, you just feel it. There's no visceral physical sensation that comes with it. Sometimes there is, but when I'm talking about this pure energy, it's when an emotion is so intense that you start to get buzzing, like a literal electrical buzzing in your body. That we as occultists refer to as emotional ecstasy, and you can summon that ecstasy with practice. So that is pure emotional current, and so I summoned that in advance. I brought up all of my memories, my most intense emotional memories. I brought them up and relived them, and I built that emotional energy, and I built it up and I built it up until I was experiencing that like buzzing, that it kind of feels like soda water. Sometimes it feels like the soda water has been poured on the top of my head and it's running down. Sometimes it feels like it's being poured on the bottom of my feet and it's running as if I was hanging upside down and it was running down from feet to crown, sometimes from crown to feet. So yes, you can manifest love too. You decide. Confirm for me whether it's going to be money or if it's going to be love, because I haven't put down an affirmation for you just yet. And I'm ready to do that. I'm about ready to put down that affirmation for you. So, if I can see that we have some other viewers on the stream. So guys, if you want a spell, I'm going to take this spell in pairs. I've already got one request. So, another request. I'm waiting for a second request. I'm giving away 2 spells, 2 free spells. And yeah, okay, so money. Soft wants money. So I'm going to see about putting an affirmation down for you, first of all. How can we affirm this money? I am a good steward and I work well with the financial blessings given to me by the universe. Okay, so your affirmation is, I am a good steward and I work well with the financial blessings invested in me. So I want you to affirm that out loud. State it. I am a good steward and I work well with the financial blessings invested in me. So mote it be. Now I'm going to roll this dice to get a key for you. So you are a water sign. And your key is 12. So this is a means, it's a key to unlock this abundance. It's a key to unlock your desire for financial investments. 12 is about making breakthroughs, and water is about stepping into the flow of the universe, and it talks about emotional energy. So basically, you can unlock this future where you have this financial abundance, where it manifests for you. You can unlock that future or bring yourself closer to it by making breakthroughs in how you apply your emotional energy. So that looks like finding inspiration in your emotional experience, whether good or bad, doing something creative with emotional energy, whether good or bad. So if you're experiencing a difficult emotion and you don't know how to cope with it, do something creative with that. Express that emotion in a creative task. Now, that doesn't necessarily have to look like your traditional art forms of music, painting, etc. It can be whatever it is that you're creating, even if that's a business. Whatever you're creating, if you can do something that's productive towards that creative effort, that is creativity. So whenever you are feeling a difficult emotion, using it to inspire your creative process, that is how you get towards your outcome. Then more than that, trusting in the flow of the universe. So in the past, you have been like rigid. When you set out a routine or a way that things are going to happen, then you become quite rigid within that, not so keen to step out of it. Even if other opportunities come, you allow them to flow past you because it's outside of your structure that you've chosen. So just learning to tap into that flow a bit more, being flexible with your own goals and your own routine in order to allow external opportunities to flow through your reality. That'll help you move into this financial abundance that we're manifesting. Now, it doesn't matter if you really take this advice or not. It's getting programmed into your spell, so it's going to manifest. We're going to charge it. If you consciously acknowledge it and attempt to embody it yourself, it'll only help the manifestation along. It'll only help bring you closer to it quicker. So the only kind of thing that can undo a spell is self-doubt and worry and lust for result, but those things are dependent on the caster. So you cannot undo what I'm doing on your behalf. Only I can undo what I'm doing. So no need to stress about that. And there's no need for you to empower this with any kind of emotional ecstasy, because I am doing that on your behalf. Welcome, Shaylee. How are you doing? Would you like a free spell? Because I'm right at the end of my stream and I'm giving away 2 free spells. So yeah, I've got one written down here and I need another one before I cast it. Okay, so when it comes to wealth and abundance, as we were saying, we're bringing in Jupiter. So I'm going to create your servitor now. I'm going to bring all of these elements together. While I'm doing that, what I want you to do is visualize your outcome. Visualize the money coming to you. Visualize the exact amount that you want to receive. Visualize opening your banking app and checking your balance and seeing it there. Visualize going to the ATM to withdraw that exact amount and it is there and more is there. Visualize the notes coming out of the ATM and counting them to make sure it's the right amount before putting it in your wallet. Now, how does this impact your reality? Once you have received it, what changes in your life? How does it impact your day to day, thereafter, the rest of your day, the rest of your week? So imagine what life would look like if this money didn't manifest, and then imagine how it would look different once the money manifests. And what are you going to do with it? The universe wants you to have a plan for that money before it gives it to you. Before you are, the universe wants to know that you have a project in mind before it invests in you. Where is that money going to go once you receive it? You are a good steward and you work well with the money that the universe invests in you. So, what does that look like? What are you going to do that is working well? What are you going to do that could be considered working well with the money? S, F, B, and I. Awesome, thank you, Shaylee. Yeah, thank you for joining for the last spell. And please, what I'll need from you is your month and date of birth. So I know your zodiac. I need to know your element, so that I can give you a key that is unique to you. And then I want to know what it is you want to manifest. What is your desire? S, F, B, I. Welcome, Jess Marie. I'm afraid that I am only giving away 2 free spells today, and both of them have been claimed. So, yeah, sorry about that. Anyway, Soft, there is your servitor. Please take a screenshot and draw it out. Doesn't have to be identical or perfect, just draw it out as best you can, and then visualize it every now and then. Visualize it. It's like a living creature. It's like a pet or a familiar that follows you around and works to make sure that you become a good steward worthy of investment, and make sure that you receive what it is that you desire. Once you get what you desire, you can throw it away and forget about it. Shaylee wants to manifest happiness. Welcome, Austin. So as you can see, the free readings queue is closed, and at the moment I'm giving away 2 free spells which have already been claimed, but I am happy to give you a reading if you are happy to tip. $3 minimum. Self, you can also go back in the video to get your screenshot, and yeah, it doesn't matter if it's small or difficult. I mean, I'll show it to you again. Just take your screenshot, even if it's unclear. Alright, so I need an affirmation for Shaylee. I am self-assured. I am responsible for my own emotional fulfillment. I am self-assured and responsible for my own fulfillment. I love myself. Is that thunder? No, there's no thunder. Oh, you mean like that? That like that's people walking on the wooden floor of the house. And that's the sound of water moving through the gas geyser. Self, hang on a few moments. Wait for me to charge the spell before you leave the stream. I mean, it's not necessary, but would be great fun. Okay, so Shaylee, I want you to affirm the statement. I am self-assured and responsible for my own fulfillment. I love myself. So mote it be. I want you to speak it out loud. And now we're gonna get you a key. Sofian, Cool name. This is a key. I'm rolling the dice to get you a key, Shaylee. A key to unlock the future of your desire. It's 10. And you're a water sign. So this is saying that when you have difficult emotions, like let's talk about heartbreak, right? When you come out of a relationship, it's painful. It's very painful. And we distract ourselves from that pain by binge watching series, by smoking, by drinking, by playing video games. We do anything we can to avoid feeling those emotions. But that will result in negative side effects like depression and anxiety and all kinds of other side effects that will impede your daily life. So you might be continuing to live suppressing this pain, suppressing these very difficult emotions, and it's producing all of these negative side effects that are leaving you unhappy, that are keeping you away from happiness. So what this key is, it's 10 when it comes to water, is about emotional expression, full emotional expression. Taking the time to allow those difficult emotions to be felt and expressed, even if you need to cry and bawl and moan and cry out to God for redemption because of how intense that emotional pain is. So yeah, that key is saying to you that it's time to express these feelings. If you want peace, that's the only way to find it. If you keep suppressing the feeling, the emotion, it's never going to go away. It's just going to continue to manifest all kinds of negative side effects in your life. So allowing it to be felt, allowing it to express itself, even in the depths of its pain, it might be traumatic even, but that's how you find peace. Once it has expressed itself, you will find a sense of peace, and that is where you will, that's how you move into happiness. Once it's expressed itself and you find that peace, and you can step forward towards happiness. And yeah, that's your key. Now I want you to visualize it. I want you to visualize the expression of all that pain, what it looks like. For me, when I went through my divorce, it looked like me cowering underneath the table, the kitchen table, weeping for hours. Like literally just imploring the universe and imploring Jesus and imploring any fucking deity I could think of, saying this is too much pain, I can't bear it, and just weeping. But in the resolution of that expression, allowing that emotion to express itself like that, I did find a sense of peace and was able to move forward towards happiness. So I want you to visualize that. And then I want you to visualize what changes in your life when you are happy. What does that mean? What does happiness look like? How does your lifestyle change when you're no longer weighed down by all of that depression and pain? And I'm going to bring Saturn into this cast, because Saturn is about structure and order. So we're creating structure and order within your emotional being. SRFL. And soft, once you get what you desire, please don't forget your sorcerer. Please give him a tip. And the same for you, Shaylee. Once you get your desire, don't forget about your sorcerer. Please give him a tip. Is it frozen? I'm gonna have a look to see if it's frozen. Nope, it's not frozen. Soft, I said, when you get your desire, please don't forget about your sorcerer. Please give him a tip. But here you go, Shaylee, that's your servitor. So you know the drill, take a screenshot. Every now and then visualize him, he's alive. He's a familiar, he's a pet that follows you around and brings you into balance. Reminds you that you're responsible for your fulfillment, that you gotta love yourself and give yourself time. Helps you arrive into that full expression of your emotions, so that you can get to your peace and move towards happiness. Okay, now I'm going to charge these. So these servitors are single points for focus of emotional energy and mental energy. Now, emotions power spells the way electricity powers a computer, and we've gathered all of those frequencies. We've gathered your outcome, we've gathered your means, your key to unlock the outcome. We've gathered everything that is represented by the planets that were brought in, and we've put it all down into one single image to focus our energy. Like if you hit the wall with a hammer, the hammer doesn't go through the wall, it bounces off, because that flat surface, the energy, the kinetic energy and potential energy that you are applying to the wall is dispersed over an area that's too wide for it to punch a hole. But if you put a nail there and then hit the nail with the hammer, the nail goes through the wall, because its point, its point of focus for all that energy is much smaller, so it punches a hole. So what we're doing here is we're punching a hole in reality. And so we bring all of that energy down to a single point so that it's more effective when going through that veil. And that energy that we're applying is emotional energy, as I said, but summoning up that pure emotional current and emotional ecstasy is time consuming, so I do it in advance. I've done it in advance. I relived all of my most intense emotional memories and experiences, relived them, allowing the emotional energy to build and build and build, and then enchanted this fetish, spoke the enchantments, and put all the ingredients together. So there are 3 ingredients here. The first of those ingredients is rainwater, which represents the pure emotional current. So I relive the experiences until I feel literal energy moving through my body. It feels like soda water being poured on top of my head or on my feet, and that's what I define as pure emotional energy. Other occultists and other magicians might call it emotional ecstasy, but same thing. And so once I reached that state of emotional ecstasy, then I spoke the enchantments and put the ingredients together, one of them being the water, the rainwater, pure emotional energy, symbolic. The second one being seeds, from fruit seeds. So those fruit seeds have the potential to become full trees. So basically it's a symbol of potential, a capsule that can house huge amounts of potential, a storage compartment for energy. And the third ingredient is ashes. Ashes from a page that had affirmations on it, much like this one. The affirmation was intentions to capture and bind all the energy directed at it for later use. Okay. Tiraviako maninasata ishanaja. Ena maisa hekana. Amin. Driufe daruach masunachiena. Kosudrayo imenaka. Misiana kanato. Amin. Anama. Amin. Okay. Now, this flame is our intentions. This page is reality as it currently stands, the reality that you and Sof live in. So Shaylee and Sof, your current reality is represented by the page. The servitor and the affirmation is the desired changes that we want to create on reality. Now we're going to take our intentions and transform reality in accordance with our desire. And that concludes your spell. What language is that? That is the language of stars. It's not any human language. concludes my stream for the day. It sounded like home. Amazing. That is amazing. I have received a tip from Shaylee. Thank you so much, Shaylee, for your tip. Very much appreciated. And you are most welcome, Sofiana. Thank you for joining me. And thank you for the follow, and thank you for the share. Thank you everybody. All of my viewers, thank you guys for all the likes and all the shares and all the tips. You guys really made today's stream super productive, unlike most of my streams. But then again, I have been online for hours. So Rika Sina, as you can see, the free readings queue has been closed for quite some time, and I was giving away some free spells, which is now finished. So if you would like a reading, then a $3 tip minimum is required, but I will stick around to give you a reading if you are prepared to tip. Otherwise, I'm going offline now, so let me know so I can give you a chance. I will give you a chance. I'm gonna roll a cigarette for myself, and yeah, I'm happy to cast more spells. I'm happy to do more readings if you guys are happy to tip. Thank you. And you too, Shaylee, thank you for joining me. Thank you for the like, and thank you for your subscription, and thank you for the tip and your support as a viewer. Very much appreciated. So much appreciation and thanks. Wishing you abundance and prosperity beyond measure. Amin. Checking my notifications once more. Five hours and 25 minutes. Insane. Good night, guys. I'm gonna go eat and I'm gonna sleep, and I'll see you all on Friday.